Good morning. I didn't hear this court go live. They didn't exactly go live. They just started the stream and said court is in recess without the judge saying, "No, the jury is in and they're deliberating." So, my apologies for not starting a half an hour ago. I was on the phone and trying to explain something to somebody who won't listen to anything. So anyway, there's no, doesn't look like anything has happened in the last half hour since the stream started from the court. So I'm going to check Twitter here. Jury deliberation started at 9 a.m. this morning, not at 8:30. Okay, we already figured that out because Law and Crime didn't have their stream scheduled to start until 9 a.m. and I couldn't even find a stream set up for East Idaho News at that point. So let me take a further look. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything so far aside from Caitlin Hart, who is covering for Nate Eaton because he is at CrimeCon. And we watched a little bit of his live from CrimeCon last night while we were waiting. And it was while we were watching Nate Eaton that word came down that they had, the jury had retired for the night. So not much to report at this point. Let's see. I on Twitter I had posted a meme about just a sec. I've got a phone call coming in. Let me mute. Okay, we have a little bit of an issue because my friend Gordon found a really beautiful set of kitchen cabinets from some luxury home um, that are they're changing out the decor in their kitchen, and so they are giving them away free. Um, and so he wanted me to uh, get something taken care of so that he can do that. And they just texted back and said he can get the cabinet. So uh, he's got a project house up in Ogden where Mike King of Profiling Evil lives, and uh, really be lovely in that old Victorian house. So exciting stuff. Okay, so there's nothing to report on what's going on here from the court. They started the deliberations at 9, so it was on mute, which is why I didn't hear anything, but there wasn't anything to hear. So, so good morning, Kat. If I didn't, I was about to type good morning, and so I'm not sure if I said it or not. Anyway, let's see what I've got on my playlist, but let's take a look and see if there is anything any of our courtroom observers have posted today. Oh, yes, here is a brilliant comment on Twitter. Let me see if clicking on this gives us the original post. Okay, somebody replied to a comment. I'm not seeing the original post, but the comment says, "The real moments of Chad Daybell is experiencing near-death experience," and somebody else said he may be having a real death experience, as opposed to one which is of his imagination. Adam Small from KSL says the jury's still deliberating this morning on whether or not Chad Daybell will receive the death penalty. My good friend Lauren Snooze is up in Boise still, waiting outside the courtroom for the verdict to come back. So he's not up there, but he's in touch with somebody who is. And he began his broadcasting career in Rexburg. So interesting. Let's see. Let me follow the person that he's referencing so that if she posts anything, I'll be sure to see it. Somebody is posting a picture of their game that they are playing while doing jury deliberations. Okay, Daniel Woodruff, whom I've met before at the Corey Richens case, says, now jurors have resumed deliberating in the sentencing phase. Chad Daybell. So Daniel is on the scene. He's also from KSL. Lauren of Hidden True Crime was going to go to CrimeCon, but she decided that waiting there on the verdict was too important, and she canceled on going. Other people like Nate Eaton and Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis both went to ahead to CrimeCon. I think that Nate Eaton might have been speaking on a panel, so that's kind of important. Of course, for Lauren may have too, and just said, "Sorry, can't do it." So, got a psychologist person who was writing about Chad Daybell and his wanting to be a I can't remember, and I that he wanted the death penalty for some reason, and I said no, he wants to be a martyr like Jesus Christ, biblical prophets, and Joseph Smith. It feeds his fantasy, and so she liked that. And I concluded that's why he didn't want the mitigation, because it yeah, you got Peter and Paul and various apostles who were martyred, and so and Jesus Christ being crucified, and so that's how Chad is viewing himself right now, I think. And I think that John Pryor couldn't go along with the don't want any argument in favor of not having the death penalty, because that would probably be ineffective assistance of counsel. Oh, Ghost Adventures did 25th Street in Ogden. I wonder how long ago did they do that? Ghost Adventures is kind of entertaining, but after they did an episode on a Ted Bundy house in Bountiful, and KSL News did a news story talking to the people who actually lived at the house at the time. No, Ted Bundy did not live there. They didn't bring Debbie Kent back there and kill her at their house. And so it's like every spooky, rundown, abandoned, or near to being demolished house seems to be somebody saying it's a Ted Bundy house. Ted Bundy brought victims back and killed them there. And unless it's the house on Elizabeth Street or the house in the avenues, it's bunk, because they know exactly where he lived. And Ghost Adventures did another episode on the Whitmore Mansion in Nephi, Utah, which I lived in as when I was in kindergarten and first grade. And they were saying the house is probably haunted because the guy who built it murdered somebody. And I'm going, what? He was the town banker. And so I looked it up. And not only was he a banker, he was a state senator. So he held state office. And I was going, they aren't going to elect somebody as a state senator if they are a murderer. And so I looked at it a little more, and he was part of a posse, and they were going after a cattle rustler, or I think it was a couple of cattle rustlers. And the cattle rustler didn't want to be taken in, and so he had a shootout with the posse, and he was killed. And I guess either Whitmore, I think is it George Whitmore, was the one who actually shot him, or they're just saying because he was in the posse that he's a murderer. No, it's not a murder when you're killing in the enforcement of the law and the person starts shooting at you. It's called self-defense at that point. And the guy is an outlaw. So, but I did talk to my aunt, and she lived in the attic for a while. We fixed up a little kind of apartment up there for her, and she did have some feelings that, sometimes that it might have been, I mean, the house was for a time kind of a retirement home for seniors, and you get seniors living a full life and dying. And so, it wouldn't be surprising if you believe in that kind of stuff. And my aunt did have some senses of somebody being around up there in the attic. So who knows? It's what's so intriguing about the paranormal. So anyway, let's take a look here. I've had 3 streams in like the last week that have gotten demonetized, or not demonetized, but copyright claimed. And I've appealed 2, and I need to see about working on appealing the 3rd one. It's like 45 seconds maybe of the Saturday Night Live O.J. Simpson jokes that we watched, and I'm going, really, you want to demonetize an 8-hour stream for 45 seconds, or at least it wasn't demonetized. They blocked it, so it couldn't be viewed. So I might possibly restream that one and just cut out this section, and I don't know that anybody would want to actually watch it, but then it would be there for posterity if anybody wanted to go back. We'd lose all the comments if I did. It's probably, I don't know if it's worth it or not, but let's take a look. Okay. Trying to find. Just scrolling down to see what, if anything, might be in the news that we need to know about on things here, and I'm not really seeing anything there. Looks like East Idaho News is not streaming today. Which is odd, because you'd think that they would have one up so that their regular viewers can chat away while waiting, but there's lots of places to go to watch, so they'll find one stream to suit them. Let me just check notifications. Nothing there. Okay, let me look at my playlist, because I did have some stuff set aside. Oops. Playlists. Oh. You need to move this tab over. Okay. Okay, there's one here that oops, that's not what I meant to do. Oops. Mm. Okay, don't need anything from that playlist. So let me go back. Possibly a little commentary on Trump and the conviction from Megyn Kelly, but yeah, I kind of want to avoid that because politics is so divisive, and so I'm just kind of loath to really go there. Um, Basically, they're saying that, oh, I remember what they said about Trump is that the judge ignored the New York State Constitution in some of his rulings, and so she says that's going to come back, and had Alan Dershowitz and Mark Garagos and two other people, and the conviction is highly riddled with problems and likely to get overturned. It'll probably take a year. They would possibly retry him at that point. And, to me, it's a politically motivated prosecution. And if he were John Doe, they wouldn't have bothered with it. But because they want to get Trump, they're going ahead with it. And, some would argue that, well, that's their decision. And if they want to convict him, okay, but they need to convict him following the law. You can't ignore the laws when you're convicting somebody saying they broke the law. Um, that's just wrong. So let's see. Let me get my playlist. Yeah, you just have to. Judges have to follow the law, just like people have to follow the law. And if it's a just conviction, then we have to accept that. If it's an unjust conviction, then it needs to be overturned and redone. Now, some people have really cried foul on the New York conviction of Harvey Weinstein being overturned, but the judge allowed for two witnesses to testify who were not victims in the case, but they were um, victims elsewhere, or at least that's what they claimed, and so that was deemed that the judge shouldn't have allowed that testimony to come in, and so it made it an unfair, um, and so that had to come back, and they're going to re-prosecute that. And they don't need those two victims because now they have the convictions in California that can come in, because the pattern the um, California case is a similar act and so forth, for which he's been convicted. So that one's fair game, and they don't need these two witnesses that were problematic. So Harvey Weinstein is going to get convicted, but some people are really upset about that. I'm going, it doesn't really matter, because he's convicted in California. He's not going to get out of jail. And California or New York says they're going to try him again. The guy is extremely old at this point, and he seems to be using a walker or a wheelchair these days. I don't know if that's legitimate or if it's to try to elicit sympathy. He does look like he's a kind of diminished man in terms of his stature, that he's kind of might have some issues that are affecting his mobility, arthritis or something that is kind of twisting him up a little, because how he carries himself. But then, the guy was in the film industry for decades, so maybe he's got some good acting skills. Anyway, let's go back to my playlist and see. We've got a short video here from A Murderous Heart, who is Annie Cushing, and she does some great stuff. So let's take a look at this.
Other raccoons during the summer of 2019?
We did.
How many other raccoons did you catch during the summer of 2019?
It was 3 or 4, if I remember.
And do you have a recollection of approximately where on the property those were buried?
We typically buried them in the compost heap behind the silver shed.
Okay. Were there other animals that were buried in a different place on the property?
Yes.
And where would those other animals be buried?
Animals that were more of pets, we would bury out near a raspberry patch.
Okay. So it would be unusual for your father to put a raccoon in the raspberry patch then. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So would he typically tell your mother if he did something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Was the silver, and what did you call it? The behind the what?
Silver shed.
The silver shed. Was that getting full at some point?
The shed was pretty, or you mean the
ground around the shed is where you were putting them in the compost?
Yeah, so this is really
I would think so. There's
great graphics here. We've got here's the shed where the compost heap is, right here. JJ's burial site, pet cemetery, Tylee's buried. So yeah, the raccoons get in the compost heap over there. So how do if Tylee was supposed to be the day of the raccoon, so I can't believe that Pryor is having Garth testify about this, because it contradicts the narrative of the raccoon burial. Let's listen some more.
There's a few animals in there.
Well, more than a few, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And he sounded very excited. He said, "Hey, Garth, I killed another raccoon."
Okay. Was that the raccoon that you folks were having difficulty with that was breaking out of the cage?
I believe it was.
Okay. And did he express that to you, that he finally got that raccoon?
He did.
Okay. And then at that point, did he show you where he buried that raccoon?
He showed me that it was buried behind the silver shed.
Okay. Okay. Did he ever say to you that he buried a raccoon in the pet cemetery?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Okay. Now, are we confusing the raccoons? You know that you buried some in the silver shed. Is there possibly that some were buried in the pet cemetery?
I think, or they were all buried behind the silver shed.
Okay.
Okay, one thing I want to talk about is Garth's speech pattern, which is rather interesting because every time he says something, he always kind of ends up in an upward inflection, like, I think that's what happened, which really implies uncertainty, and it's something that it's usually how people talk when they're not sure about what they're saying, but it has been pointed out that it is a speech pattern that you get in some places. Somebody's pointed out that Prince Harry speaks that way with an upward inflection. So I don't know if Garth went to a mission to England and just took up that speech pattern. Let's see what we've got else on. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here's one from Hidden True Crime, where Heather Daybell takes Lauren to the site where Chad and Julie Rowe wanted to have a tent city for the coming of Jesus Christ and so forth. So let's watch that. And poor Heather, she would have moved away from the community, but she didn't want to leave this property, and you can understand why, because this is such beautiful country here.
A little can go a long way. Your donation, no matter how big or small, goes far and wide to.
You were concerned about Chad's association with Julie Rowe, is that correct?
I was.
And why were you concerned about that relationship?
Again, because of what was contained in the book that he was publishing for her. And when I did observe them together, it was concerning to me, their personal relationship.
What do you mean by that?
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
They seemed particularly close.
Can you explain your observation?
He brought her to our home to show her our land, and it goes back to a river. And so they walked along this land, went back to the river. What I observed was that Chad and Julie were communicating very close to each other, and Tammy and her children were kind of following behind. They kind of envisioned all of this area people would be coming from Utah to put their tents down, and Chad brought Julie
Rowe. Okay, I want to hear this story.
I was very, very upset that he did that. And I don't remember why, probably just doing a get together. But Tammy and the other kids were with her.
So Tammy, Chad, Julie, and some of the children.
Some of the kids. And so they walked back here. Look at it.
Oh! Wow. That was for you, Tammy.
Yeah, we have all kinds of wildlife back here. It's really fun.
That's beautiful.
But this property goes back to the Henry's Fork River. It's a water source. And so Chad's thing was, people could come here and there would be water available. There's animal life out here. He brought Julie out.
So as we walk to this, so he just comes without notice. Is that?
So he just kind of
shows up.
It's just been a time when she was coming for one of her events.
Okay.
Chad has a lot of nerve to just show up at Heather's house. He knows that she wasn't happy about him wanting to move there, and now he's shown up with Tammy and the entire family and Julie Rowe, and he's acting all flirty and lovey-dovey with Julie Rowe right in front of Tammy's face, and Tammy's following along in the back, and we've had a lot of rumors about other women that Chad was having dalliances with, and Julie Rowe is one. She made that claim after his arrest about being intimately assaulted by him. I don't know if I believe she was intimately assaulted by her, because evidence from Chad worked with Eric Smith, I think it was, on a vow, and he said they were having an affair, for a couple of years, and that Chad had lots of affairs with other women. It seemed to me that the preparing of people, going to those, he would pick up women there who were groupies and impressed with him as a speaker and so forth. And Tammy would stay home instead of going with him, because that would cramp Chad's style to have Tammy there. You would expect Tammy to be along as his supportive wife doing things, but no, that's not how it was going. So anyway, let's listen some more here.
I don't remember why. Matt's other brother was here, so we just must have been having a get together. If you can see where, if you were going to house people in tents,
It's
space.
there's and he wanted to move by you guys. It does tell me something. We
And like I told you, we specifically flat out, no way of mistaking, asked them please not to move into our neighborhood. And I've heard, people comment and things, how rude that was of me, but I knew why he was coming. I knew what his purpose was.
yeah.
And that was one thing about Chad. He totally disregarded the things that we had asked him not to do in our home, and he didn't care.
Do you think it was and this is a genuine question, do you think it was that he just didn't care, or do you think he almost doubled down when you asked him not to do something? Or do you think he just didn't care?
I think he thought he was right, and it was strange because he'd go back and tell other people that we were happy that they were I don't know if it was just a narrative in his mind that was going to be what happened no matter what, and who felt how. It just, I don't know. Because like I said, I did hear from different
Oops,
people back in Springville
I was muted.
we were thrilled that he was buying the house by us, and
Our feet got extra noisy after that water.
so coming up on the Henry Fork River.
Oh, this is beautiful. So yeah, this was Chad's vision. White tents
Yes,
set up here by the Henry Fork River, by Eldon's property and his.
Now, for anybody who is intrigued by the Reverend Donna Serafina, who made those um, predictions from what her insight before JJ and Tylee were found, she was talking about a river and a lake or a pond and so forth. And this here, Heather Daybell's property is fairly close to Chad's property, and so if you go in for the idea that she got accurate information, you can see where some of these details fit. There was a tiny little pond on Chad's property, so here's definitely a river, and I think the river is north of Chad's house. So and she also refers to woods and so forth and cabins, and it could be that the setting is suggestive of a cabin. Who knows? It's just an intriguing thing to note.
Brother's property.
Mhm. So I again was in the house. An eagle,
A bald eagle.
wow, that was usually they're up in the height of the tree. That was right here.
I have never seen a wild bald eagle before. Ever.
Oh, well, it was eating something. It's a muskrat. That's gross.
Okay.
Eagles are pretty, but they're scavengers and they eat gross things.
Oh my. Okay, yeah. Wow.
So because I was in the house and didn't walk back here with them, Matt did tell me after that Chad and Julie were pretty, like, just physically just kind of next to each other, and Julie's got tears, because they've seen all this.
And this is in front of Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just no.
Yes. And so I did come out as they were walking back to the house. I kind of came out and met them, saw them. So I observed myself, Chad and Julie, very, kind of talking to each other closely.
Very intimately.
Because they were, really united in these things that they were seeing. And as we're all walking back to the house, that's what I observed. And it made me very, very uncomfortable to see Chad and Julie together. And then behind them is Tammy and her kids walking behind them.
Wow.
I'm watching for those kinds of things. My husband, so it was interesting. My husband and his other brother both made the same comment. So it wasn't just me that was thinking that's
Right.
very
This wasn't just the pot.
inappropriate.
This wasn't just the pot stir.
It's the pot stir. So, and it wasn't just Matt and I, but Matt's other brother did comment that was
Odd.
That it looked uncomfortable and inappropriate. So, it just made me feel really bad for Tammy.
Right.
That those two were kind of in cahoots the way that they were.
Cahoots and canoodling and having visions together. And so they came out here and she was weeping, in other words.
So I was told that she, got emotional because this was things that she had seen. And so when I came out and Chad introduced her and Julie tried to give me a big hug, I'm not typically
You don't like to hug people.
Her.
Yeah.
I did not want a hug. And she felt that. She commented, Chad told me later, commented that she could tell I was not happy that she was there.
Well, she got one thing right.
But again, Chad didn't care. He didn't. Again, I don't know if he didn't care or if he just was so oblivious and doesn't know how to read a room.
Right. Or was he telling you that just to hurt you too? Like she could tell, you know? I guess you never know what his
Could be, who knows. But that's kind of what I was dealing with for those many years before this even all this awful stuff happened. Is that's how he worked. He kind of was in his world and did it how he wanted, and it didn't matter how anyone else felt about it. So
right. Wow. So really he probably wanted your property. He wanted a shed or something on your property. When that didn't happen, they found the house. And
Well,
even though Tammy didn't like it, he's like, we're buying it.
yeah, and they'd seen the house. Tammy didn't like it, so hey, can we put the shed? Like, I guess. And honestly, a week later is when he called Matt. Hey, we bought that house, and we were pretty shocked by that.
This is so beautiful.
Yeah, so as hard as it's been to be in this position, to be, you know, in Chad's family, and especially for me having left our church, that's the predominant church here. This is why I can't leave. I love my home, and I worked hard. Matt's worked really hard.
Yeah.
So
It is beautiful. Can I ask you, it's been a while since we saw each other, and I noticed your new tattoo, and I asked you about it, and you told me about it. Can you share? I just want to what that means.
This has very deep meaning for me, especially in my having left the LDS faith as a woman. So this kind of represents me, and wearing that now, and she has my back. I trust her. And she's kneeling down, kind of grounded to the earth and looking up. And that represents me, and that I will never bow my head and say yes again. But I will determine what is best for me. Much of what I was experiencing in the church was not best for me. So
yeah.
So it's been a wild few years.
I find this extremely sad that Heather felt compelled to leave the church because of Chad and his popularity with people, and that people were viewing her with disfavor because she was trying to sound the alarm bell about Chad. And yeah, I just find that really sad. If she left because she didn't feel that, she believed in the church, that's one thing. But feeling that, Chad is in essence pushed her out of the church because of people taking Chad's side and so forth. So I just find this extremely sad. So, okay, let's listen to some more.
That for sure.
Yeah.
I'm so happy we got to see an eagle up close.
That I have never seen a bald eagle. I am today years old the first time. That was beautiful.
And there is a moose that beds down out in here. And
Oh,
it's
how far is Yellowstone?
to get to West Yellowstone. So you'll get up to Island Park and probably an hour maybe to West Yellowstone.
Okay.
So that Matt and I were just there in West Yellowstone last weekend. We've been camping in Island Park and West Yellowstone, and
How nice.
the barbecue restaurant that
They stopped that.
they stopped at is no longer an open business that we saw.
Really? That's interesting.
But that's haunting too. There really is nowhere that I can go here and not have, like I showed you,
Everything.
school for esthetician school, and right there's the complex Lori lived in, and just
Yeah. In fact, for those that are listening to this, right before this, I didn't record it, but she showed me, yes, where you went to esthetician school. And she showed me because we were looking at Lori's townhome. And you said, oh, and that's what I looked at every day in an esthetician school.
Yep. So I have to pass that church building to get home. I have to pass Chad's house, and so it gets better with time. But I surely wish Chad's trial was not. None of this is going to be resolved and done for at least a year. So
It carries on. It goes on and on.
and doesn't end. So, but as far as my little family, we're making the best of.
You're taking it back.
That's one thing that Matt will say. He's like, Heather, if we left and we left all of this, then Chad won.
This is so beautiful here. I'm glad she didn't let Chad drive her away.
That's not my motivation for staying, but I don't want to give Chad that. I don't want him to have that. So,
Well, thank you for sharing this bit of paradise with me. And is there anything else you want to say? Thank you for doing this today. So many people have been curious how you've been doing, and love and admire you.
it's I've had a ton of support after my interviews came out. Had a lot of people all around the world. A lot of people reach out, very supportive. So that was really hopeful. Surprisingly, even more than the Chad case, a lot of women reaching out concerning my leaving the church and how helpful hearing my story was to them. So
Wow.
that was important to me. And I did one of my main reasons in doing that interview was to share my story, and that our family, Matt and I, our family was not complacent, was not okay, was not a follower, that we did as much as we could do. And
Do you feel good about sharing your voice?
I do. There's some people that I read comments, and not everyone is kind, and that's okay. I've learned I've got a lot thicker skin than I used to. But overall, I'm glad I did that interview.
Good.
And like I said, a ton of support from just really good people.
Yeah.
And a lot more support from strangers than even from some that are close to me. So
Interesting.
So that's been good. But
And as far as the bad comments go, welcome to the internet.
yeah,
It's amazing.
yeah, some people I think, oh, you need a hug.
Hurt people. Right. Well, thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is examining a variety of other documents that are not related.
Heather seems like a very calming person to be around, except maybe if you're Chad. Because Good morning, Badger. Yeah, so let's see if we can find the testimony from Garth and Emma and listen to that again, because how problematic that was. John Pryor was really leading the witnesses, and it was so filled with lies and so forth. So let's take a look. Oops. Just a sec. Here's a video I want to watch later. I want to save that until so I can come back to it later. Okay. Let's see. I think Emma testified first, so let's go in chronological. Let's see. Okay, we've got East Idaho News has done a video where we just have Emma. So let's do this one. Oops.
Very well. We'll go ahead and have the witness brought in, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's so creepy that Emma has gone for a Lori Vallow makeover. She was a spitting image of Tammy. Now she's going for Lori's look.
May I, Judge?
Yeah, before we get started, I was just sitting here considering whether or not the exclusionary rule applies to this witness, and I don't believe it does. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. But in the issue of precaution, my subpoenas stated that nobody was to observe any of the. I will inquire Miss Murray as to whether she observed any of the proceedings anyway, Judge.
Okay, I think it's just fair on questioning for examination on Director Cross, but I won't make any inquiry on the exclusionary order. So with that, I'll just remind the witness then you are under oath for your testimony. You can inquire on direct if you'd like.
My little rant just, I was muted. Sorry about that. Pryor is trying to say that Garth and Emma's testimony is so pure and unsullied because they haven't seen anything and they haven't heard anything, which really couldn't be farther from the truth, because all they've heard is Chad's side of the story, and quite frankly, John Pryor brainwashing them and coaching them, because we know that he brought in all of the kids and said, look, you can't watch what they're saying. You can't pay attention to it because, this is wrong and so forth. And you have to stay focused on Chad's reality and so forth. And so really it diminishes their credibility because they don't know exactly what has been said. And I wouldn't say just in the trial, but in the media in general, because, there's a wealth of information out there on the case outside of the courtroom, and there wasn't an exclusionary order didn't apply to them for Lori's trial, so they could have watched that anyway if they wanted to. And we don't have any assurance that they're telling the truth about not watching anything that happened up here, because I don't believe a word they say, except for Garth and the raccoons being in the compost heap. There wasn't any raccoon found in the pet cemetery. He was calling Tylee a raccoon, so he likes to use code. So here we go.
Like Mr. Pryor.
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Emma Murray, Murray.
And Emma, there's a gentleman to my left in a blue shirt at the desk over there. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's my father.
Now, I noticed that your last name is Murray. Can you explain that to me, please?
I was married and changed my name.
You are married?
Yes, I'm married.
And your husband is Joseph Murray?
Yes.
Did you receive a subpoena from either the prosecutor or the defense in this particular case?
I received a subpoena from both.
And at no point you were called for the prosecution, is that correct?
I was not.
And you did receive a subpoena from my office to appear as well.
I did.
And in that subpoena, did it indicate that we would rather you not review the proceedings as part of this, as part of your testimony in this case?
Yes, and I did not.
I want to talk a little bit about how often we've had an occasion to talk about this case, you and I. And can you explain to the jury how often we've spoken about this case?
I've talked to John maybe 3 times.
And last night we met prior to your testimony today. That's correct.
That's correct.
At any time, did I indicate to you any way you're supposed to say, or anything that you should say or were supposed to say as part of your testimony?
You told me just to tell the truth.
Okay, and you're prepared to tell the truth today.
I am.
I want to talk a little bit about where you're living right now. And where do you live right now?
I live in the house that was my parents'.
Okay. And at this point, you're not aware of any financial situation. Is it true that you're not aware of any financial situation between myself and your father regarding that house?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't have any personal knowledge of anything that is any arrangement between your father and I, is that correct?
Yeah, I made an arrangement with my father. I don't know what he's decided with you.
Okay.
Before these animals were adopted, before they became a best friend, before they celebrated birthdays, or got to try carrots. Before they discovered the couch and naps on the couch. Before becoming robots from outer space. Before big spooning, little spooning, and under spooning. Before getting a big yard to do absolutely nothing in. Before seeing the big, wide world, these animals were all rescued. They were hungry, scared, and needed meals, shelter, and care. And right now, there are thousands of animals just like them that still need help. For only $20, you can help us feed a dog for a month. For $35, you can give a recently rescued dog or cat much-needed medical.
I want to talk a little bit about your mother's health. What can you tell me in general about your mother's health in the last year or so?
Her health started declining. I was really worried about it. She, well, she'd always been one to be able to meet the demands of daily life without being exhausted. And she started going to bed at like before dinner some nights. It would be like 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night. And she would sleep in too if given the opportunity. So suddenly needing to sleep a lot was very confusing to me.
Are you aware of any health issues that your mother may or may not have had?
I, at the time, was not. Since her passing, I've been diagnosed with sleep apnea, and my maternal grandfather also has sleep apnea, and uh, she's the generational link between. So I wonder if she did. That's something that obviously we can't investigate at this time, but symptoms like daytime tiredness and not getting restful sleep seem like they would fit what speculation.
It's sustained.
Okay. Were you aware of any other health maladies that your mother may have suffered from?
She had anemia.
Okay. Were you aware of any medications that your mother may have taken?
Okay,
She
that's
preferred
not
herbal
true.
supplements. She did take.
Yeah, there is no evidence in any medical records that Tammy had anemia. You can't just go saying somebody has anemia without proof because you have to do blood test in order to establish if you've got anemia or not. Maybe you can speculate you got anemia, but there isn't any evidence of it. So this is highly inappropriate. So, okay, let's continue.
Take the generic form of the medication Prozac.
Okay.
That was the only prescribed medication that she regularly took.
Were there any non-prescription medications or herbs or supplements that you're aware of?
Oh, definitely. She really liked using colloidal silver was her favorite. It's
Slow down for me. Colloidal silver?
colloidal silver. It's distilled water with particles of silver in it to the part per million. It tastes like you're drinking water out of a metal water bottle, and it can cure everything.
Okay. And
I say that with a smile because you really should go to the doctor instead of drinking.
She's not a
Also
very good
speculation.
comedian.
go ahead.
She would use colloidal silver as an antiviral, is what she called it. So anytime she felt under the weather, she would take colloidal silver and she would. This calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I witnessed her drinking it and she would encourage other people in our household to do so.
Were you a consumer of colloidal silver?
I was.
Okay. How'd that work for you?
It tastes nasty.
Okay. Did it help you in curing any ailments that you may have had?
I don't know.
Were there other things that your mother did in terms of remedies to resolve other issues she may have had?
She bruised really easily and she used arnica gel.
Okay.
Arnica is a plant that helps with bruising. She had it in gel form.
And when you say she bruised easily, can you elaborate on that?
If she were to bump her hip on the counter when she was walking by, she would get a massive bruise from that. Even things like carrying a heavier load of groceries where the bag pressed on her arm would leave a bruise.
Okay, okay. I want to go to the date of October 18th of 2019. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Okay, and on the 18th, you were, and before I get there, your mother was employed at a school, is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, in terms of the physical size of that school, can you describe the physical size of that elementary school for me, please?
This was a smaller elementary school built in a rural area. The area is growing, but the school is still small. Right now, it houses 3 grades.
Okay. So if there was discussion about having to travel within the school, would that be a significant distance that you would have to travel within this school?
No, I was also employed there at the time, and it was not a hassle to walk from one side of the building to the other.
Okay. And at the time, I'm going to go back to October 18th. And on the 18th, was there some sort of an event or occurrence that was taking place at the school?
The next week, there was going to be a book fair. It was going to be held in the library where my mom worked, and she needed to prepare her workspace to become a store. The community was going to be coming in and buying books, and so she wanted to move her personal items and personal books so that way they wouldn't get sold or stolen.
And in terms of distance from in this small school you described, how far was your classroom to where your mother's library was?
There were 2 different locations where she would work. One was a computer lab that was right next to my classroom. Um, I- some people didn't know that, but they shared a wall. You would have to walk around the corner for the entryway, but I could hear her teaching and she could hear me. Her library was just the next hallway over. It was hardly a walk.
When you say hardly a walk, did it encompass miles,
No,
feet?
feet.
Okay. Now, in terms of interaction with other members of the school, how would you describe your mother's personality?
My mother was an introvert at the core. She could be friendly and small talk with people, but in general, I noticed she didn't confide in people. I also observed at that school, we, like many public schools, needed a lot more employees than we had. So most people were overburdened with work, especially support staff. And so she really didn't have time to visit. Even during lunchtime, when you would typically think someone could sit down and chat with a neighbor, she was helping students go through the lunch line and pay.
Would it have been your mother's habit to openly discuss her health issues with members of her school staff?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time were you were present when your mother discussed any of her health issues with other members of the school staff?
Any chance that I got to, I would go visit her in her classroom, and I never observed her talking about her health with our coworkers. She seemed pretty embarrassed about.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you observe your mother in terms of her interactions with other members of the school staff?
I did.
And what did you observe?
I did not observe her talking about her health.
Okay. Would you describe your mother as a very private person?
Yes,
Um, would you agree that it wasn't her habit to want to miss work?
she wanted to go every day.
Okay. Was that her work ethic or was there some other underlying reason?
Her work ethic, she was also not a salaried employee, so she was paid by the hour.
So it was important financially from your perspective that she work?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the book fair on the 18th and the preparations that were involved. Did you personally observe anything as far as your mother preparing for the book fair?
She loaded her personal belongings in boxes and loaded them heavier than perhaps she should have, because I observed her walking down the hallway and She was resting the box against her body, on her arms, holding it back and walking with a lot of effort. I was in a meeting and I actually stepped out to help her because it was way too heavy for her.
And on that occasion, what vehicle did she drive to the school to load those boxes and unload those boxes?
She drove my parents' Dodge Dakota that day.
Okay. And then I want to go back to approximately 2017 forward. Who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota?
My father.
Okay, and what would your mother be driving?
She would be driving a Chevy Equinox. She always liked to drive the nicer of the two vehicles.
Now, there were exceptions to your mother and father switching vehicles. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
But primarily, your dad was the one driving the Dodge Dakota. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Eventually, that truck was sold to who?
My husband and I.
Okay, do you still have that truck?
Yes.
Your mother would use a common phrase in the last year of her life in terms of an assessment of how she would feel. And Yep.
Yes.
Objection here calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
were there occasions when you would, I think I'll move on from there. That's okay. I want to talk a little bit about the Fitbit. Your mother had a Fitbit, is that right?
Yes, she had a wristwatch that would count her steps.
Okay. And at this point, was it her habit to use that Fitbit on a regular basis?
Yes, she would wear it during the day and then charge it at night
Okay.
when she was sleeping.
So she was counting her steps during the day as part of that Fitbit.
Yes.
And is it your assessment that your mother physically was in a fit state?
No, part of why she wanted the Fitbit was to increase her physical fitness.
Okay. She was working on her physical fitness.
Yes, she had one, I had one, and she bought my dad one, but he wouldn't wear it.
I want to talk a little bit about your husband Joe's parents. Who are they?
Ed and Charlene Murray.
Okay. And was there some sort of a competition between your mother and Ed and Charlene Murray?
If you make an account in Fitbit, you can add friends. They're people that you know, and you can compete with them to see who takes more steps during the day.
Okay. And were you aware of any competition that was going on between Ed and Charlene Murray and your mother?
Yes, my father-in-law took a lot of steps during the day, and she wanted to be the winner, and so she would try to beat him.
Would you describe your mother as a competitive person?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And was there anything unusual with the way your mother operated her Fitbit?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did you observe your mother using an unusual manner in which to operate her Fitbit?
The Fitbit is designed so that way you walk and it measures your step by your arm moving. You can count more steps than you are actually taking if you shake your arm. And at nighttime,
I'm going to object and voir dire native objection.
You may voir dire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, do you recall visiting with your dad on or about November 17th of last year?
no,
Do you recall a conversation you had with him about the Fitbit and your dad telling you that your mom would hang her arm over the bed and swing it?
I observed my mom do that.
Do you recall having that conversation with your father?
No.
All right, Ms. Blake, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can continue, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. So back to the question, you mentioned in response to Ms. Blake that you observed your mother with her Fitbit, and exactly what was she doing?
She was trying to get more steps to beat my in-laws.
There was a competition.
Yes.
And where did you observe her doing this with the Fitbit?
She had 2 locations where she would do this. She called it exercise.
Okay.
She would be in the living room. She would place an iPad on the back
That's so insulting. She called it exercise. You know, that she just infuriates me. I've had probably 5 different fitness monitors over the year, and it was possible to get the steps to register by swinging the arm, but only if I was swinging them really vigorously, like I was running a race at top speed. And if you're doing that, you're elevating the pulse and the heart rate. I mean, so it is exercise at that point. You can have people exercise sitting in a chair and get their heart rate up. So, you know, even if this was true, it doesn't mean it isn't exercise. But the thing is, she says that Tammy was doing this while playing with her farm town game. And how do you hold a phone and touch the touch screen and swing your arm to get steps all at the same time? You'd need 3 arms to do that. So it just doesn't work. Oops, just a sec. I'm on the wrong. Okay, here we go.
Back of a recliner and play the game Candy Crush while shaking her arm. And she would also lie in her bed while reading a book on her Kindle while shaking her arm.
Okay, was it your habit of your mother to read at night?
Yes.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. And at the time of your mother's passing, where were you living?
I was living across the street, diagonal kitty corner.
Okay, so if there are, my recollection is there's 3 or 4 houses on that corner. Is that correct?
Correct.
So your house that you were staying in would have been on what location? The southwest or southeast?
I'm bad with directions.
Okay.
I live close, that house is closer towards Rexburg.
Okay, directly across the street, not diagonally. Is there a neighbor that you know over there?
There's 2 houses. There was a house that Matt and Regan Price were living in.
Okay. And then there's another house on the opposite
There's
side.
another house. I don't know those people though.
Okay. So you were across the street and kitty corner from your father. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Relatively close.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's been some discussion about your mother training for a 5K race. Do you have any information about that?
I was training for a 5K race, but she was not.
Okay. And why do you say she was not?
I invited her to run with me and she told me no, and that she never would.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion about your husband in September sponsoring a 5K race. Do you recall that, of 2019?
Yes, he wanted to fundraise for an organization called Operation Underground Railroad, and he organized a 5K race. A similar one had been put on in the community before, and he wanted it to happen again. And so he organized it. My mother helped.
Okay. Well, in helping, did your mother participate in that 5K race?
She did not.
There was a discussion about some previous testimony about someone observing her. I believe it was a principal observing her crossing the finish line. Do you have any personal observations about what you saw that day?
My mother may have walked across the finish line while helping with the race administration. She was not entered as a participant and she did not go the entire distance. There were some people at the end of the race who were going very slowly, and a group of people walked with them to encourage them to finish. And she may have been with that group, although I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that
one point here, Emma says that Tammy was wearing blue jeans and whatever. I think that the person who testified seeing Tammy cross the finish line would be able to distinguish between a person who is running and probably sweaty and somebody who is walking other people across the finish line in blue jeans. You don't usually run races in blue jeans because they chafe horribly. You want something which is usually knit, soft fabric, which is not going to rub and irritate skin. Um, totally, it's totally the wrong fabric for running. So I don't believe Emma about the race. So let's go on.
That you may have observed her with some people helping somebody across the finish line, but to your knowledge, she wasn't participating in the race.
That is correct.
She wasn't registered in the race.
She wasn't dressed to run either. She was wearing blue jeans.
Okay. And do you specifically remember that from September of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I want to change the subject a little bit about the clogging and the Zumba high fitness classes. What can you tell me about you and your mother's participation in those classes?
At that time, my mother and I were both overweight and wanted to exercise more. And some ladies at the school invited us to come to a class that they were going to in the evening at a local elementary school in the gym.
Can you tell me when approximately you and your mother started those classes?
We started going in April 2019.
And this was a joint effort to improve both of your fitness?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
I believe her when she gives the date on when they started going to class.
In your situation, was that shortly after a birth of one of your children?
That's correct.
And I got a lot of heat for suggesting people's weight and size and everything else, but needless to say, you felt personally.
Yes, that is my own words. I was overweight and I wanted to get healthier.
Okay, and your mother, from discussions with her, shared the same view?
Yes, I don't know how much she weighed.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Abstain.
Okay. In any event, the purpose of the Zumba class was for both of you to try to improve your fitness.
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk about the level of participation that both of you engaged in as part of those clogging and Zumba classes?
The idea of the Zumba class, high fitness, is that you can participate to whatever ability you're able to. The way that the gym was set up is it was a school multi-purpose room, so it had a basketball court and a stage. Our instructor would be on the stage where everybody could see her moving, and we would mirror her body movements, similar to how you would copy an exercise video at your house. It was just live. We would dim the lights in the room and turn on party lights to make it feel more fun than.
Okay, another thing I don't really believe, because she's trying to imply that it's too dark in the room for anyone to see what Tammy is doing and how Tammy is not really doing the moves or anything. But if this is true, how would they see what the moves are that the Zumba teacher is doing so that they could do the same moves? I've been to Zumba classes, and I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
A typical aerobics class. So it was dark in the room. You could see silhouettes of people in front of you, but you wouldn't really be able to see people around you. That's part of why it was appealing, is if you couldn't dance very well, nobody would make fun of you.
Okay. And in terms of location, where did you generally stand or participate in these Zumba classes?
My mother and I would go to the back of the room.
Was there a purpose for that?
There were different skill levels in the classroom, and we were on the poor end of that spectrum, and so we didn't want people looking at us.
Was it a requirement that you participate fully in every part of the dance or every route? And I don't know what the proper term is, routine or dance?
I think routine is fair, but no, you're not required to. The entire thing is voluntary to even show up and participate.
Okay. Okay. And then as far as the clogging, do you recall how often the clogging classes took place?
We would go once a week on Wednesdays.
Okay, let me read what I just found on Twitter. It says, advisory, sentencing phase verdict reached in State v. Daybell. The reading of the verdict in the sentencing phase for State v. Daybell is expected to begin at 11:15 Mountain Time today in the courtroom. So, excellent. Okay, I was just looking to see if they had a link for direct link. Oh, that is brilliant. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to call Jess, who is sitting there going nuts in Oklahoma waiting for the U-Haul van. They have canceled her U-Haul van again. So
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
okay, it's turning off. I will text her because she's going absolutely nuts because they've canceled her reservation for her moving truck twice. And they're saying tomorrow. And wow. So she's going absolutely crazy, and a little murder case is a good distraction for her. So, oh, I bet that they're going to panels are well, even if there is panel. I remember my sister going to a concert down at BYU when she was a student, and there was BYU was in a big basketball game for the NCAA tournament, and March Madness, and they actually shut down the concert so that they could listen to the radio coverage of the game, and then they won the game, and then they proceeded with the concert. So I think that's what you're going to find is happening in Nashville at CrimeCon. So excellent news. I'm going to let this play and post that we have a verdict. So here we go.
We went for about 6 weeks.
Okay. And for about 6 weeks?
Yes.
So if I do my math correctly, and you're the teacher, not me, that's 6 times?
Just about.
Okay. And then did that continue out? When did the clogging end?
She stopped going when she died.
Okay. And then when did it start?
About 6 weeks before. It was with the beginning of a school year.
You
So if
mean
there's a
Tammy
suggestion
didn't
by anyone
continue
that
to
your
go
mother had
after
been
she died?
clogging
Shocking.
and doing Zumba class for over a year, would that be accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative calls for speculation.
I want to talk a little bit about your mother's other experience. Did she have any self-defense training?
Not through a formal class, but our church would periodically organize evenings, enrichment night, where you could learn different skills. And in Springville, they would routinely have the police show us self-defense skills,
And how often did you do that?
maybe once a year.
And if you were to assess your mother's ability to fight off someone if they were attacking her, how would you rate that?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation and calls for speculation.
Did you ever observe your mother engage in any sort of physical activity where she practiced fending off any assailants?
There's a game on the Wii, a video game system called Exerbeat, and there's a kickboxing portion where you can practice punching.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about life insurance. And I want to mention the name Taylor Ballard. Do you know that name?
Yes, the Ballard Insurance Group offers insurance for our school district.
Okay. And did you have an occasion in uh, uh, September at the start of school to engage in a presentation by the Ballard office?
At one of our faculty meetings, they came and talked to us about life insurance and increasing it. And they showed us that the rates were competitive, or it was really cheap insurance. And so they encouraged us to purchase them. And both my mother and I purchased some at that meeting.
Okay. And at the meeting, uh, uh, was it at the meeting that both of you just elected to purchase the insurance?
Yes,
So prior to that, and I can't remember, in September of 2019, I believe you were married at that point. Is that correct?
I was.
Did you consult with your husband before you elected to up your insurance at that point?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you aware as to whether or not your mother consulted with the insurance with your father prior to upping her insurance on that meeting day with Taylor Ballard?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Are you aware of whether or not your mother consulted with your father on that day to up her insurance?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
We were sitting at a table and filled out the paperwork together. We both signed to take out more life insurance on ourselves, and we did not consult with our husbands.
Okay. And at that point, did you take up the maximum amount of insurance that you could purchase at that point?
I did not because I could not afford it. I later did.
Okay, at the next period.
Yes,
But it's your understanding that without discussing with your father, your mother elected to up her insurance to the maximum amount.
I saw her check that box on the paper.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. And there was some testimony about a Google search for southwest wind. And that would have been on 9/8 of 19. Do you recall that?
I do.
And was that your father who did that search?
That was me.
And what was the purpose of doing that search?
I saw a rainstorm. We were planning an outdoor event, and I wanted to know if those clouds were coming our way. The weather forecast for where we live in Rexburg is sometimes inaccurate because we don't live in Rexburg. So I was trying to be an amateur meteorologist, and the wind, the weather app said it was coming from the southwest, and I didn't know if that meant it was coming or going from the southwest. And so I did a Google search on the desktop computer that my parents kept in the living room. That would have been typical at that time. I was late to getting a smartphone, so using a desktop computer would have been more comfortable for me. And it was common just to jump on the computer. There wasn't any login or anything, so it was just getting on the internet.
Okay, and the access to that computer, I'd like you to talk a little bit about where that computer was in relation to the rest of the house.
My parents had two different computers, a PC and a Mac. There's different capacities of each one, and my mom liked different parts of both for the business. So they had one of both, and they were next to each other in the living room. And the screens were set up so that way everybody could see the screen.
And you talked a little bit about your mother and the financial issues. When you talk about and I just had a lapse as to the name of your father's publishing company.
Spring Creek Book Company.
Spring Creek Book Company, and I'm going to mess it up again, so please bear with me. How would you describe the different roles of your father and mother in terms of their participation in the Spring Creek Book Company?
I would say that my dad was the creative side behind it, and my mom was the one that made everything happen with finances and logistics. My dad would find authors or potential authors that could write books, and he would meet with them and give them guidance to write. And my mother would help design book covers. Most of them she did by herself, and she would do the finances and taxes for the company. And They worked together on it, and I don't think they could have done each other's jobs.
But there was access in both of them. Was it necessary for both of them to know the passwords to all of the organizational, for lack of a better word, all of the organization of the Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes, they were both able to log into the required programs.
Okay, there was no need for them to be provided or have someone provide them with the passwords. They were both well aware of them?
That's correct. And my mother also would typically save her passwords. So even if you knew it, you wouldn't need to type it in.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. We're going to get back to your father and his artistic side in a minute, but I want to change gears about the physical description of the home that you're now living in. Would it be fair to say that it's a brick house,
Yes,
a one-story,
yes,
that there's a garage?
yes,
Is there an unusual structure that's attached to the back of the garage?
yes. The previous owner constructed a building over the pump house where the well is, the machinery that draws water for the house. And it's unheated. It's built from a different material than the rest of the house. There's not very much electricity that goes to it.
Okay. And did any of your brothers or sister ever use that, and what was the word for that?
Cozy cone,
Cozy, what?
cone,
Cone, C-O-N-E?
yes.
Okay. Is there a time when at least one of your brothers would use the cozy cone?
We all would periodically, the children. We would play musical instruments up there. It was far enough away from the rest of the house that you could play loudly on drums and it wouldn't annoy mom. And you could turn up your guitar amp as loud as you wanted and nobody could hear it. But I would go up there. My brother Mark would. My sister Leah would go up there to study sometimes because it was quieter.
Now, in terms of access to the cozy cone, is it true you have to go through the garage in order to get into the cozy cone?
Yes.
And how would you do that?
Well, you would open the door to go into the garage, walk through the garage, go through another doorway, and you would be in a hallway. And then to go upstairs, you would have to go through another doorway. It was really inconvenient.
Okay. I want to touch a little bit about your father's faith beliefs. And my understanding is you're of the LDS faith
Yes,
and you're a participant, an active participant in your faith. Is that correct?
yes.
How would you describe your father's faith?
I would say very traditional in what he believed. And he would research very carefully and he wanted to stick to as close as the original form as he could. So he was really interested in teachings from Joseph Smith and Brigham Young and similar early leaders of the church.
Would it be fair to describe your father as a fundamental?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And you didn't share his religious beliefs?
not necessarily.
Okay. Some of them you were,
Yes,
some of them that are consistent with your current LDS faith. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. But you would describe him as someone from days gone by, foregone?
yes,
Okay. Very traditional?
yes.
Okay. Literalist?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Looked at the words and applied the plain meaning of the words?
Yes,
Okay. And there's some theories that you didn't necessarily agree with him. Is that correct?
yes.
Would that be a subject of discussion at the dinner table
Uh,
when you were growing up?
yes,
Okay. And do your brothers and sisters all share your father's fundamental beliefs?
I think they're more similar to me, that there's elements that they might feel drawn to and others that they don't.
Are there elements of your father's faith that you don't necessarily agree with?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. There's been some discussion about the idea of light and dark. Can you describe to me what you understand to be the concept of light and dark?
The phrases good and evil would be talking about your actions, what you chose to do, where light and dark would be talking about your motivations. Light it means that you're acting selflessly like the Savior would be, and dark means that you're selfish, focusing inward like Satan would be.
Okay, was this something that your mother, from your discussions with your family, shared with your father in terms of her beliefs?
Yes,
So would it be fair to say that your mother's beliefs, to your knowledge, were also of the fundamental or traditional node?
probably more so than him.
Okay. Did she ever have discussions about putting numbers, death percentages or numbers, whether how light and how dark a person would be?
Yes,
Did she do that frequently?
yes.
Okay. Was it particularly about anybody, or was it as her day-to-day activities, she would make comments about that?
As she came across people and observed things, she would mention it.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you had an occasion personally to deal with your mother's rating system in terms of dark. Is that correct?
Several.
Okay. And was there an occasion when your mother engaged in a practice of trying to rid some sort of dark entity from you?
Yes.
And can you describe what that was about?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Can you describe what that was about, please?
I have struggled with anxiety for years, and it was feeling very unmanageable. And I felt like there was a being that was with me. And I talked to my parents about it. And my dad cast it out using the power of the priesthood. And then I felt better afterwards.
Okay. When you say the power of the priesthood, what do you mean by that?
The power of God given by the laying on of hands.
Is that something that has to be specially endowed upon something, or is that some sort of patriarchal role that someone gets as head of a family household?
Any eligible man can have it
Okay.
if they're living and keeping covenants in the church.
Okay. And on issues of
Which
covenants in the
Chad
church,
wasn't doing.
your father's not a perfect person, is he?
No,
And you're aware of a relationship that had been going on, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or cause you some difficulty, but you did subsequently learn that your father had a relationship with another woman,
yes,
and that was not an appropriate relationship.
it was not.
Okay. And at this point, it was, for all practical purposes, having a relationship with Lori Vallow while still being married to your mother.
That's correct.
And would you agree that not anybody's perfect?
Yes,
You're not perfect.
no,
None of us are perfect.
nobody.
Okay. So when you say qualified male to help with with the dark spirit or the dark entity, what do you mean by that?
Like the procedure to get rid of it.
No, just the type of male. Is it someone who's head of a family, or what is it?
In that case, I wanted to talk to my parents, but because they were my leaders in our family. But any man who is an adult and can make the promises to keep teachings of the church and to use the power to serve other people is eligible to receive it. That wasn't unique to my father.
And then and giving blessings in not your father's faith, but in your faith, it's not uncommon for people to give blessings to each other. Would that be fair?
It's common for people to do that.
And it's common for people to offer to give blessings to people in your faith. Is that fair?
Yes,
And it could come from any direction. Would that be fair?
what do you mean?
Anybody can give another person a blessing,
Yes, as long as the man is eligible.
or anybody can give a blessing to, if you felt, if you felt moved, you could give a blessing to another male. Is that possible?
In the fundamentalist views, around the time of Joseph Smith, there were women that would do that. That's frowned upon today, though.
Okay, so at this point, it's usually the head of the male or a male person who is the one who would generally give the blessing to other people. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, while you were dealing with this dark entity, is it your understanding that when you're going through the process of trying to rid that dark entity or that feeling of, and would you describe it as just a feeling? Would that be a fair way to describe it?
I felt like there is an actual person trying to control me.
Okay. And at that point, after the conclusion of what your mother engaged in and your father engaged in, uh, did you feel relieved or uh, some recovery as a result of that?
I instantly felt better. I felt like the individual that was trying to affect my body was gone.
Okay, and this is something that is not inconsistent with the LDS teachings, light and dark, and these sort of entities. Would that be fair?
And all Christianity in the Bible, the Savior would cast spirits out of people.
Okay. And at this point, as a result of casting out the spirits, does that mean that after they cast the spirits out, you die?
No,
Is there any instant that you can recall in your teachings as part of the fundamental or LDS church where by casting out a spirit, the result is someone dies?
no, the goal of it is so that way you have your own body back and can be in control of yourself.
Okay. Have you ever heard the word zombies?
Just on TV and
Okay.
movies.
Okay. And at this point, are you aware of whether by stating someone's a zombie and you do one of these castings, does that mean the person dies as well?
No,
Okay. And again, part of that casting and removal of the dark entities is also consistent with your LDS faith. Is that correct?
yes,
I want to talk to you a little bit about a subject called the emotion code. Are you familiar with that?
yes.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
It was developed by a man named Bradley Nelson. The idea of it is that you use
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you were you aware of whether or not your parents used the emotion code?
yes, they did.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I would use it.
Anything?
Hold on, before you keep answering, there's an objection that's pending. I am going to sustain the objection. There's been no relevance established for this, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, well, I was trying to establish by having her talk about the emotion code, Judge.
Well, that's backwards of how we get evidence in, so please see either ask additional foundation or ask another topic.
Okay. Do you believe that your father and mother thought they could uh, um, sense whether a person was light or dark?
Yes,
Was that something that was referred to as the emotion code?
no,
What is the emotion code?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
That's okay, Judge. We'll move on. Did you believe or ever observe your mother reflecting on her ability to um, identify what people's true intentions were?
yes.
And would you talk to me a little bit about that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
World.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
My mother learned about muscle testing or reflexology as a child from her parents and later learned more about it through a class called the emotion code. The idea is that you use your body.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay.
Make the all-electric Cadillac Lyric all yours. A stylish SUV that takes luxury beyond thrilling all the way to electric. Experience yours today at Cadillac.com/lyric.
Did you observe which one of your parents was better able to apply this issue of this true intentions?
My mother was more skilled at it.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your father's books. And how would you describe your father's novels in terms of fiction or nonfiction?
He did write some.
Ideas in his books. Where do you think he derived most of his inspiration from?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
The Latter-day Saint Church
Okay.
and his own ideas.
Okay. And I want to clarify a little bit. When you say the Latter-day Saint Church, you're not necessarily meaning the current Latter-day Saint Church, are you?
No,
You're referring to what was at some time a more traditional view of some of the readings of the Latter-day Saints.
Yes.
And would you agree that it was your father's intention to sort of, and through his books, discuss some of those theories and express those through his books?
Yes, similar to how historical fiction can teach about the past, he wanted to teach about the future with fictional characters.
Okay. And it doesn't necessarily mean, as someone like you who's has firm belief in the LDS faith, that you would necessarily agree with everything he put in his books. Would that be fair?
Yes, it was an interesting experience to read and to think about what I would do in similar situations, but I did not interpret it to be scripture in any way.
Nor did you interpret it something that you would generally accept or believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
How would you describe your father's personality?
Very introverted.
Much like your mother.
Yes.
Without name calling, would you describe your mother and father as more of a bookworm type?
Yes.
Okay. But your father enjoyed expressing his views about his religious theories, correct?
He enjoyed speaking in front of groups and teaching, but not necessarily talking one-on-one with many individuals. That would be very draining for him. But talking in front of a group and teaching had a different energy about it.
Okay. And your father found great satisfaction in anyone who would take an ear expressing his views, and once he got on the subject, he would.
It was something he was passionate about, and he enjoyed talking about it.
And Judge, if I could just have a moment, I've got more to do, but if I could just recap real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, Caitlin from East Idaho News has reported that the Daybell children are not in the courtroom.
I want to talk to you a little bit about whether or not you know if your mother is familiar with paintball guns.
As a family, and like her current family with husband and children.
I'm talking about from her past.
Oh, that's a common recreational thing where we grew up in Utah. It wasn't something she enjoyed.
This is Chad. Yeah, this is the special sentencing proceeding that has been conducted last couple of days. The jury's been deliberating, has reached a verdict on the special sentencing proceeding and the special verdict form. I'll note the state's present with the 4 prosecutors who've tried the case, Mr. Pryor and his client, Mr. Daybell, present as well. I'll also note there's a courtroom conduct order in effect. I'd appreciate everyone complying with that, as you all have throughout this trial. I will note on the record before we get to the verdict that we did have a jury question yesterday that the court answered, and I've provided the question and copies of the answer to counsel. In addition, a second question came in today. I did go on the record with that question and answer with counsel and the defendant present, returned that response to the jurors. They've now reached a verdict in the case, so the court is going to have the jurors brought in and have the verdict delivered for reading.
All right, please. Jury's all present. Count for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court understands you've reached a verdict on the special verdict form. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please return the special verdict form to the court, I'll review that. Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict form is somewhat long and complicated. The court is going to take a moment to review the form. All right, the court's reviewed the special verdict form. I do find it's been properly filled out by the jury foreperson as well as correctly signed and dated. At this time, I am going to request, Madam Clerk, Ms. Holstein, if you would please read the special verdict form. If you'd like to remain seated or standing, it's a long form and will take some time to read, but however is most comfortable for you, Madam Clerk, you may go ahead and read the special verdict form into the record.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623, Special Verdict. Part 1. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. 1. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 2. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter JJ Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 3. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tamra, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 4. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 5. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 6. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 7. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? By the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life? Yes. 8. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society? Yes. If you answered no to each of the above questions, you do not need to answer any other questions. Simply have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. If you answered yes to any of the above questions, then please answer the questions in part 2. Part 2. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the weighing of all mitigating circumstances against the statutory aggravating circumstances. You are to only answer the following questions for those statutory aggravating circumstances for which you answered yes in part 1. 1. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 2. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 3. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 4. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 5. With respect to
Did we lose the mic?
It's back. 5. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances.
We need a new mic. Okay, we're going to get a separate mic. Thank you.
I'll read 5 over.
Yes, start with 5 again. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
5. Okay. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, All mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 6, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 7, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that by the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 8, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. Once you have completed part 2, please have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff you are done. Dated this first day of June 2024 and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading through the verdict form. Ladies and gentlemen, the court will note that given the complexity of this special verdict form, just I think in fairness to all those in attendance, including in particular victims and the parties, the layman's explanation of this verdict is that the jury has made a finding that it would be appropriate to impose the death penalty as it relates to counts 1 through 6 in the amended indictment. And so pursuant to Idaho Code 192515, the court is directed that the defendant would be sentenced to death on those counts. The court will take up a concluding sentencing proceeding. I also have additional counts of insurance fraud. I've discussed with counsel moving forward in a consolidated hearing. The court's proposing that we do that this morning, waiving the right to a pre-sentence investigation report under Criminal Rule 32A. Before I get there, just let me ask at this time of the jurors, is this your true and correct verdict that's been rendered in this case? Very well. Does the state wish to have the jury polled on the special verdict form?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense wish to have the jury polled on this special verdict form?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. As I mentioned, then that's the result of the verdict form. The court would then proceed with additional sentencing on those 2 counts, as well as the counts 1 through 6 determined now by the jury. Mr. Pryor, is the defense willing to move forward with a consolidated hearing on those counts this morning without a pre-sentence investigation report?
As previously indicated, Judge, yes, we are.
Okay, is the state going to be ready to proceed with a sentencing on those issues as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, I do want to take a brief recess just to briefly prepare for that, given the verdict, and I will come back on the bench. It really won't take long. I would suggest that a 30-minute recess will come back on the record. The court will conclude with that sentencing hearing. So if everybody could be back here by 10 after, we'll have the jury return one last time to the jury room to wait for that final sentencing hearing. We'll conduct that in the presence of the jurors also, and then I'll have concluding instructions for the jurors. So we will be in recess for 30 minutes. We'll come back for that final stage of the proceeding. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to have the sentencing. They need to change Chad into his orange jumpsuit. There's no presumption of innocence at this point, and there's no presumption that he's going to have anything but partying on death row. So the meds may be available, but the problem is that they are very hard to get, and that's why they've introduced the firing squad. They don't have a death house with a firing squad capability. Now, the thumbnail that I made is a photo of the setup that they have for executions in Utah with the firing squad. So, and Nate Eaton said yesterday, I think it was, that they don't have the funding for building it, but they can get the funding. They may not have it right now, but it's going to take years to get through appeals for this. They're going to need it for Brian Koberger. They need it for this Creech guy that they tried to execute with lethal injection, but he deliberately dehydrated himself so they couldn't establish an IV line. So, do people on death row get out for an hour a day? I mean, well, I suppose maybe to shower and eat. I don't know. Was it 9 times? Okay, I read that it was 8. And every prisoner out there with the death penalty by lethal injection is going to do the same because it worked. And they will all hear about it, and so they will do the same thing. And so they're going to have to introduce alternate means. I think that let me Google really quick. There are let's see. Idaho will have things like military base. Okay, Mountain Home Air Force Base is an installation in southwestern Idaho in Elmore County. Let me see. It's an Air Force base. Let me take a look and see how far it is from Boise. And they could use an airport hangar and set up a temporary death chamber there. There is no reason they couldn't do it. Now, let me pull up my photo. Let's see.
Caitlin Hart with East Idaho News. Chad Daybell has just been sentenced to the death penalty. A verdict was reached about 8 hours after deliberations. The jurors unanimously decided that Chad Daybell deserves the death penalty based on the aggravating factors of the case. I'm going to read these to you. The jury found that Tylee and JJ's murders were committed for remuneration or compensation, or that Chad convinced someone else to commit the murders for remuneration. The jury also found that Tammy Daybell's murder was committed for compensation, or that Chad got someone else to do it for compensation. The jury found that Tylee's murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. They also found that JJ's murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that Tammy Daybell's murder was also especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. The jury found that Chad exhibited utter disregard for human life and that Chad Daybell's conduct exhibits a propensity to commit murder, which would cause a potential for danger to society. It was an incredibly tense hearing. Chad did not display any emotion. He didn't even move. He stared at Judge Boyce and the clerk the entire time they read the verdict. We've been out here since about 7:30 this morning. They read the verdict at about 11:30. Again, Chad did not have any emotion. He sat very still. There was a lot of emotion in the gallery, especially from Kay Woodcock. She immediately broke down into tears. Larry Woodcock was hugging her. The family was very, very emotional. Again, no real response from Chad Daybell. He does still have to be sentenced on the insurance fraud charge.
And I'm sure we'll be having a lot more commentary after the sentencing. I'll leave it here just in case any family people come out. Okay, they cut away. So let's take. Oh, hi, Samantha. Cool.
Didn't happen because they couldn't get a vein, and he had sat on death row for 4 decades. So this is something that will be an interesting thing to follow. And now we'll see how the families feel about it. I do want to say, Kaylin, I don't know if you saw Raul Labrador, the Attorney General, did send out a statement, and I can read that to viewers now who haven't seen it.
Yeah, sure.
Let me pull that up. It came out moments after the verdict was handed down here. We also have a statement from Patty Later, who is Tammy Daybell's cousin. The Attorney General said, I just have to find it here in my email. Attorney General says, I'm thankful for the incredibly diligent work of the prosecutors and investigators in this complex case, and I am grateful for the partnerships we have in place to support the pursuit of justice. I hope the conviction of Chad Daybell and the jury's sentence provides a measure of peace and to the families of the victims, Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. That's from Idaho Attorney General Raul Labrador. I'm also hearing that the prosecutors may be holding a press conference after the sentencing this afternoon for the insurance fraud, Caitlin. So we will carry that live here. This is the first time the prosecutors will speak since they announced the indictment about Chad and Lori since 2021. It's the first time they've spoken publicly about this. Right. And so we have that statement or that press conference. Unclear if John Pryor will say much today. I don't know if he'll be down there addressing the microphones, but it is possible he could. We also have the statement from Patty Later. She testified in this trial. She's Tammy Daybell's cousin. She said, "I want to thank everyone who put in countless hours of work to get where we are today. Law enforcement, the prosecution, the media, and all of you who watched and listened to the trial and prayed for us. We are grateful for the relationships we have created through this horrible time and the support and love we were able to give each other. I also want to thank my Aunt Vicky, who was sitting in the courtroom almost every day of this trial. For those of us who weren't able to do so, that took great strength. We can all start to heal from the terrible losses we have suffered. We will miss Tammy every single day of our lives, but we have some comfort knowing we will see her again. If you've been touched by Tammy and would like to support her foundation, the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation, to put books into the hands of children and increase literacy, please consider donating to the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation."
Wow.
So Caitlin, what's the atmosphere like there outside the courtroom? Are there people on the sidewalk? I mean, I don't want to say this verdict kind of came from out of nowhere, but it's a Saturday morning and a lot of people are busy, and we didn't know when it was coming down.
Yeah, right now there's no one on the sidewalk. I think because the hearing starts here in about 18-ish minutes. I think people are kind of still sitting inside waiting to see what happens with the second hearing, because there's a feeling among the people in the gallery that they want to finish this out. They want to be here for the whole thing. I was talking to people earlier who moved their flights from yesterday to today to be able to be here for this sentencing verdict. So there's a feeling of kind of wanting to complete it, get like a sense of closure for a lot of people. And right now, I'm just standing out here with some media, and I do want to mention that, I think it's interesting because the jury isn't allowed to take into account that Lori Vallow got life in prison. I'm not even sure they know that. And so this is solely on Chad's charges and his conduct, and a jury came together completely unanimously to decide that, which I think is a big decision that they had to make today.
Right, and it makes you wonder if death penalty had not been taken off the table for Lori Vallow, if she would have received the same sentence.
Right, yeah.
I mean, we don't know. Caitlin, I know you have to run up into the courtroom, and I'd hate for you to miss your seat, so I'm going to hang up now.
Okay.
Everybody watching, stay with us, stay on the speed, because we're going to cut right back over to the court proceedings, and then after Caitlin will hang out there with Jordan and get the press conferences from the prosecutors. I imagine Larry and Kay may come down and say a few things, so you can stick with us for coverage through the remainder of today, and then hopefully tonight, Erica and I here at CrimeCon, we can do a brief wrap-up of what's happened. Good job, Caitlin.
Thank you, Nate. I'll keep you updated. Bye-bye. Like Nate said, we're going to keep you updated. I'm going to run back upstairs and make sure I get a seat in the courtroom for the next part of the sentencing phase. And I will keep you updated on Twitter at News with Kate, Kait, and on Eastside.
Nate put so much into this. I was in Kauai by them, and he was a mosquito following them. East Coast Kauai near Kapa. Anyway, yes, Nate has been there from the beginning. He is really the one who brought this to the world's attention. Hollywood hates reporters, huh? The law enforcement didn't seem to be hating Nate because he said that when he was there when they were searching the car, one of the officers said to him, the kids are missing and they're over here in Hawaii, living it up. Kapa. Okay. That sounds like it's probably Kapa'a. Kapa'a sounds like how Hawaiians would pronounce it, because they like to have lots of vowels. So, accent on the first syllable. Oh, so anyway, yeah, I don't think we will hear from Tammy's family, because they would like for the kids to eventually come to their senses and reach out to them. And so they aren't going to say anything, because that would only make them more resentful. And it's unfortunate that the kids are so brainwashed. Hi, not. It's so great. So did you get to hear the verdict? Because you can rewind it. We might listen to it again a bit later, but I want to hear commentary. Maybe let's see. They said a half an hour. Let's take a look. Okay, it's been 16 minutes. Let's see what Twitter has to say. Okay, the mainstream media is reporting. Okay, here we've got a statement from Idaho Attorney General Raul R. Labrador. Attorney General Labrador statement on Daybell verdict and sentencing. I am thankful for the incredibly diligent work of the prosecutors and investigators in this complex case, and I'm grateful for the partnerships we have in place to support the pursuit of justice. I hope the conviction of Chad Daybell and the jury sentence provide a measure of peace to the families of the victims, Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. So let me scroll on down. Okay, attention. The attention defends the tide says, I'm not going to rejoice that Chad Daybell is sentenced to DP, but I will rejoice that justice is done. JJ was just a baby. Tylee was a young woman with her life ahead of her. Tammy was a faithful woman to an unfaithful man. And I couldn't agree more. I don't rejoice in it. I just, I'm so glad that we have the decision, and you know, it's very likely Chad would live to the end of his natural life on death row, but he is on death row, and so that gives him a extra notoriety in the infamous people. Life in prison. He's not quite as infamous and so forth. So let's see. I was trying to find a photo to see what Chad's face was, but there are so many stock photos that I'm not sure that any of these photos showing his expression are the one he was wearing in court. So Mm. Somebody's saying the death penalty is wrong, and I long for the day it doesn't exist. I know how you feel about Chad Daybell, but the death penalty is such a departure from what the framers wanted for us. It's miles away, and we have to stop killing people to prove killing is wrong. Well, no, I wouldn't say that the framers of the Constitution and the founding fathers thought that the death penalty wasn't appropriate. So I have to disagree with her on that point. But that's okay. We can have different opinions. And if the death penalty gets abolished in Idaho, well, that's a decision for the voters, or the lawmakers and their constituents. So let's see. Let me. Somebody else says, I'm not a fan of the death penalty, but, there are some cases which are especially heinous, and they warrant it. And very few get the death penalty these days because they go for mitigating circumstances. And so, it's only the most egregious cases that get it. I mean, we watched the case in Texas where the Border Patrol agent murdered his side chick, his mistress. Not that he was paying for her upkeep, which is what a mistress is, in my opinion. But let's see, what have I missed while I was overlooking at Twitter? Let's see. I believe that Tammy and hi, Cowgirl Sally. Glad he doesn't fit. It has to be in with General Pop. Yeah, I wouldn't want Chad recruiting cult members in prison. It is a very heavy decision, and they wouldn't take it lightly, and it's one reason it took so long to come to a verdict. If they had really been against the death penalty, it probably would have come out fairly quickly. Knot has done a butterfly. Yeah. Yes, I agree, Criminal Mad. If we have the death penalty, Chad needs to get it. If he dies from getting old and developing health issues before it's carried out, I'm fine with that. But life in prison has a way of not being life in prison. And I always fear that something's going to change for them, and that they will get out at some point. Whereas people on death row, usually it's only the governor commuting the sentence or it being overturned on appeal. And Pryor did a good job on objecting and didn't really give us, he drove us nuts, but he's going to make it impossible for them for the appellate team, which will be somebody other than Pryor, to argue for ineffective assistance of counsel. So yes, this case was just so awful that a mother would do this to her loving husband and her children so that she could marry a guy who was already married, and he had to off his wife so that they could be together. And then they probably either offed Alex or they manipulated him into offing himself. And so they've left so much devastation in their path. And it's warranted. Lori, I'm not so bothered about her getting life in prison because she obviously has severe mental illness, and you can't execute somebody who is mentally ill because that's considered cruel and unusual punishment. So she wouldn't get executed anyway. And so I'm all right with her having life in prison. Because it would never get carried out. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it would be nice if she were on death row too, but it wouldn't serve much purpose. So, and I don't think she's going anywhere. Let me take a look and see, do we have any more Twitter reaction? Mostly at this stage, we're not hearing a lot on opinions and so forth because the media only got to come out like Katie did and make a quick statement and go back in the courtroom. Let's see. Okay, as Redhead says, ESP in this case and factors. I'm not sure what he means by ESP. It's not extrasensory perception, but it's short for something. He checked all the boxes, including a threat to society and cruel and heinously committed this. Let's see. I think might be a text from Karen. Yeah, it is. So, and he quotes the thing for the docket, saying, heinous, disregard for life, continuing threat, remuneration. Okay, that is. Oops, I did the wrong one. I've got two tabs on Twitter, one for general stuff and one for Chad Daybell. Okay, JB says Chad Daybell sentenced to death. Chad tried to play God. He's not a prophet like he said he was. He's not a god. Although it's always a hard choice to make, the jury did the right thing for those who were senselessly murdered in his wake. And I couldn't agree with that more. So, Simply Strangers says, seems like he wanted this. I agree. If he couldn't lie his way out of it, Chad wanted to be sentenced to death in the slayings of his first wife and his second wife's 2 kids. And I'll disagree to call him the second wife's 2 kids because they were his mistress's kids. And only later did she become his wife. So I'm not going to dignify him with saying that it was his second wife's kids because it was his mistress. So language matters. I mean, Tammy, or not Tammy, but Lori doesn't deserve any respect. She was you get women criticized for being a home wrecker, for going after a married man, but most home wreckers just leave a devastated family in their wake. They don't leave bodies. And we've got a lot of bodies in this case. So Nate Eaton posted a nice little black thing saying Chad Daybell sentenced to death. And let's see. Okay, let's check and see how we're doing on time. Okay, we're at 32 minutes now. So let's see. It was too evil. I can't ever get out. Oh, he can't ever get out. Okay, or the devil can't. He's facing a very lonely future, in my opinion. Yes. Did we see that through? I don't think it will be a win on appeal. Okay, here we go. If it's in the next 10 years after that, who knows?
All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, concluding the special sentencing hearing that's being conducted where the court intends to sentence the defendant on the counts in the amended indictment, including the insurance fraud counts. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Trees off, President California, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 2221-1623, continuing the special sentencing proceeding. The jury has returned its special verdict. The court would note that pursuant to Idaho Code 18-4004, which is the punishment for murder statute in Idaho, that crime in murder of the first degree can be punished by death. And under Idaho Code 192515 subsection 7A, that states that if the jury finds that a statutory aggravating circumstance exists and no mitigating circumstances exist, which would make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the defendant will be sentenced to death by the court. The court's reviewed the findings of the jurors in the special verdict form. They've taken their time through these deliberations to return that verdict. And so the court will proceed with sentencing first on counts 1 through 6. And again, this is an unusual hearing because the sentencing hearing's already been taking place. We've heard from the victims through impact statements and arguments from counsel. That's already taken place. In addition, a pre-sentence investigation report is not to be ordered in these hearings, so the court does not reference that. The court then orders as follows, and this will be contained in the court's judgment. At the conclusion of the case, as to count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of Tylee Ryan, upon the jury's finding of guilty and return of the special verdict form, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the court therefore, on count 1, the defendant is sentenced to death. On count 2, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the court therefore, on count 2, sentences the defendant to death. On count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count 3, sentences the defendant to death. On count 4, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count 4, sentences the defendant to death. On count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury having found beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count 5, sentences the defendant to death. On count 6, the first-degree murder charge, the murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury having found beyond a reasonable doubt and returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court therefore, on count 6, sentences the defendant to death. The court's next going to take up counts 7 and 9 on the insurance fraud counts. Before I do that, from the state, are there any questions regarding the court's judgment as it relates to counts 1 through 6?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, moving on to insurance fraud, then the court will note that I am required to go through a sentencing proceeding on this. These are separate counts that have not been determined in the special verdict form by the jurors. Some brief procedural history. Mr. Daybell was charged by amended indictment with counts 7 and 9 insurance fraud under Idaho Code 41293, which is a felony. Mr. Daybell pled not guilty to those counts on June 9th, 2021. Thereafter, this trial was held, and as part of the findings of the jury in their verdict, they did find the defendant guilty of both of those counts. The court has considered, in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report, the information that I've heard throughout this trial. I also heard information regarding these charges in the previous trial held last year against co-defendant Lori Vallow. I've also heard information received during the special sentencing proceeding relating to those counts as well, and have considered that information in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report. And I'll also note the defendant waived the pre-sentence investigation report and is permitted to do that, and the court can allow that under Criminal Rule 32A. At this time then, before I move forward with the sentencing on counts 7 and 9, I will inquire of the state, is the state wishing to make any sentencing recommendation as it relates to count 7 or 9?
And Your Honor, just for clarification, were the insurance frauds count 8 and 9?
As listed in the amended indictment, they are listed as count 7 and count 9.
Thank you. Co-counsel just clarified for me on that. Your Honor, the state is prepared to make a statement. First, I would indicate for the record that in relation to the sentencing hearing, the sentencing portion handled yesterday, the state did make our best attempts to reach out to all statutory victims to allow them the opportunity to be heard by the court. And those that the court heard from yesterday were the ones that had wished to make impact statements. While not directly related to the insurance fraud, I did just want to make a clear record of that. In relation to the insurance fraud charges, in light of the sentence that has been imposed by this court and by the recommendation of the jury in relation to the other charges, the state would indicate we think that the victim statements covered everything the state could say. While the insurance charges again are attenuated to it, we've lost 3 individuals that the state can do nothing to bring them back. And so the best we can do is move forward in seeking justice on their behalves. In relation to the insurance counts themselves, given the sentences, we would recommend this court impose jail time and have that, or prison time, impose a sentence and run it concurrent with the imposition of the other sentence by this court. I believe they carry up to 15 years in prison. We'd recommend they run concurrent with each other and with the imposition of death in this case. We would also recommend restitution in the amount of $130,000 to LifeMap and $300,000 to Primerica. As part of that, we would also recommend a waiver of any fines or court costs in this matter in order to allow restitution to be paid if any money is available to go towards that.
All right, thank you for the state's sentencing recommendations. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to make sentencing recommendations as to, I'll do them collectively, counts 7 and 9, the insurance fraud counts?
No, Judge, there's nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there any objection to the requested restitution amounts of $130,000 and $300,000?
Judge, we may need to set that out at this point, but I'll let the court know if that changes.
All right, I'll permit 30 days for the scheduling of a contested hearing on restitution. If that becomes an issue, we could conduct that hearing most likely. At this time, I will ask, because I need to on these counts. Before I impose any sentence, Mr. Daybell, you do have the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf in any mitigation of these offenses. Is there any statement you would like to make before I proceed with sentencing on those counts?
No.
Very well. The court then, having considered the information previously referenced, finds that pursuant to Idaho Code 41293, which under subsection 4 indicates a penalty of up to 15 years of prison. On each of those two counts, the court is going to impose a prison sentence of 15 years. So a 15-year sentence will be imposed on count 7. The court will take under advisement the issue of restitution requested by the state. The court will not impose any fines. The court also will impose a 15-year prison sentence on count 9. Also pursuant to the same statute, take under advisement the issue of restitution. The court will note in imposing these prison sentences that I have reviewed Idaho Code 192521, which requires me to go through certain criteria about the imposition of a prison sentence versus a possibility of parole or a lesser sentence. And I would note that the rationale for the prison sentences is that these are intertwined with the murder charges for which the death penalty has been imposed on those counts. And when the court looks at the sentencing factors under 1925-21, I would note in mitigation that Mr. Daybell has been incarcerated an extensively long time in local jail and has a previous law-abiding history, and I have considered that. I've also considered that he's always conducted himself respectfully, from what I've heard from all of the jailers that have ever interacted with him over the years that he's been incarcerated for these charges. However, the court finds under Idaho Code 2521 also that any lesser sentence would depreciate the seriousness of these offenses because this life insurance was obtained based on the murders of individuals and procuring life insurance payouts unlawfully. And because of that, it's the most serious of offense, that circumstance that could lead to that. In addition, imprisonment will provide an appropriate punishment and deterrent for the defendant and others, and will also be a deterrent for the community as well. So the court having then concluded with the sentencing on that, I will not order any fines because the defendant's previously been deemed indigent and has received the death penalty on these murder counts, and find it would be futile to have an order of fines in the case. So with those remarks, then the court typically would address the defendant further, but in the special sentencing proceeding, the victim impact statements and the evidence has already demonstrated on the record, I think, the seriousness of what's occurred, and I don't find any reason to further delve into the court's rationale other than what was listed in the statute. So unless there's anything further, that will conclude the sentencing, but I will address the post-conviction issues that need to be addressed at this time. Does the state have anything further then on the sentence and count 7 and count 9?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daybell, in this case, given the sentence that was imposed in counts 1 through 6, there's a special appellate and post-conviction procedure for capital cases, and an automatic stay may be in effect. There's a statute that's Idaho Code 192719 that sets out certain deadlines. I am providing you and counsel with a courtesy copy of that statute, but I will note a few of the deadlines that are listed in there. Under subsection 1, when the punishment of death is imposed, the time for filing an appeal shall begin to run when the death warrant is filed. Number 2, the death warrant shall not be filed until 42 days after the judgment imposing the death sentence has been filed. Number 3, within 42 days of the filing of the judgment imposing the punishment of death. The defendant must file any legal or factual challenges to the sentence of conviction. There's other important and critical deadlines that are contained within that statute, and I am going to provide a copy of that to Mr. Pryor to ensure that the defense is well advised of those post-conviction rights that would apply in this special proceeding. I'll also note that there's an additional rule, Idaho criminal rule. If you'll give me a moment, I think it's 44.2. Criminal Rule 44.2, and that's the mandatory appointment of counsel for post-conviction review after imposition of the death penalty. That rule is also applicable in your case, and a copy of the rule itself is going to be provided to you in counsel to ensure that you're well aware of any post-conviction rights you may have. With that, then, the court is going to conclude the special sentencing proceeding. Is there anything further I need to take up from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for your abiding by the court's courtroom conduct order. We'll be in recess.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay, let's see him get the cuffs on. I guess they're waiting for the jury to file out before they do it. But if I were the jury, I'd want to see the cuffs slapped on. It's kind of a ceremonial ending to the proceedings. I've seen it in other cases. We watched it yesterday in the Michelle Troconis case. It looks like he didn't. That's kind of surprising, but maybe he went easy on Chad because he didn't make an idiot statement like Lori did. Lori, her statement was just so outrageous that it demanded something, and I think his statement was 2 minutes. Okay, here we are outside the courthouse, and people are starting to come out. Let's see, while we're waiting for somebody to show, let's see if there's anything. Peace and Quiet says, WTF, the victims weren't allowed to say anything to Chad, and then the judge didn't have anything to say to him but about his crimes. Terrible. Yeah, that is kind of surprising. I guess because they spoke yesterday, maybe he figured it wasn't necessary. Kind of redundant, but I would have liked to heard George Boyce speak, because what he said in Lori's case was very powerful. Posicho says, pure evil. Chad Daybell sentenced to death in triple murder of family on Smart Days, it says. Okay. Alias Griff says, Chad Daybell is sentenced to death for the brutal triple murder of his wife and conspirator Lori Vallow's 2 young children. It's not really a triple murder because that implies they all died at the same time. What we have is a series of murders. So he's a triple murderer, but it wasn't a triple murder. So Haley Caven says, wow, the judge should be making comments to Chad, dude. Bad Little Kitty says, ha, suck it, Pryor. So just scrolling down some more. I was just correcting somebody on the triple murder bit. It's not a triple murder. He's a triple murderer, but not, it wasn't a triple murder. Okay, here, let's look at this. Bad Little Kitty has the post, and she's got the photo of Emma from the school website, and then she has drawn on the photo of Chad. She put little horns and a mustache, a beard, and some pitchforks. So, Bad Little Kitty is a fun gal. So let's go back over to the outside of the courthouse. Okay, Full Share Ute says, so when Chad Daybell is sentenced to death and being a famous alumni of BYU, does this mean he'll be first in line for baptism for the dead? As a dead person, not as the person performing it. I wouldn't be doing it, but I bet Emma and Garth would do the baptism for the dead for Chad because he's been excommunicated. But I don't think that he would get. I don't know if the church blocks certain ones being done or not.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds like we got some. Hey, man. Hi, Karen.
Caitlin Hart with East Idaho News. We just came down from the last hearing of the sentencing phase. Judge Boyce did officially sentence Chad Daybell to death for counts 1 through 6 on the indictment. For the last 2 counts of insurance fraud, Chad was sentenced to 15 years in prison for each of them, plus over $300,000 for the life insurance money that was taken when Tammy and the children, when Tammy was killed during her life insurance policy situation. I'm here with Sarah. Sarah has been here for so much of the trial, right? Tell me how long that you were here watching this trial.
I came to 2 days during jury selection that week. And then since then, I think I missed out of the full, like when the jury was like impaneled, I think I missed maybe 7 or 8 days total of all the weeks.
Out of 9 weeks. That's a lot. So what made you so interested that you had to be here for it?
Well, I just find it compelling to listen to these like real life stories and see them play out online. And I think that just any average like human with like an average amount of empathy is probably feels like compelled by just what is happening. And just if you're here and you're able to go, I was lucky enough to be able to go. I just felt like it was a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Right. And Sarah was up there with me waiting for the whole verdict. I think there was probably like 20 something people up there just waiting, including media and the public. And we waited around 5 hours for this second sentencing verdict. Are you surprised by the verdict that he got the death penalty and not life in prison?
If you asked me that before the witness impact statements, I think I would have said yes, especially having heard what the people that got impaneled said in their voir dires. But after listening to the witness impact statements and just how I felt, and then watching the jury and getting kind of a feel for sort of the vibe they put off the whole trial, their vibe to me felt very disgusted. There was a lot of disgust and just sort of like fed up. And you could tell they felt for the witnesses that were giving their victims that were giving their statements. And so after that, I was leaning towards thinking they were going to vote for death.
Right. I think a lot of us were kind of on the fence about what was going to happen. And a lot of us thought that the sentencing verdict was going to be quicker than the guilty verdict. And it ended up being about 1 or 2 hours longer, I think. And so it was an interesting time. And I guess we'll see what happens from here. Right now, we're waiting for the prosecutors. We heard they're going to come out and try to do a press conference, and we will carry that live. And stay watching. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm going to look and see what if we got any more live reaction from courtroom observers. I'm sure that the prosecutors and the family probably want to kind of take a few minutes to just kind of relax and go, okay, it's over. You know, we did this, and then after they've had a moment to kind of breathe, to hug and so forth, to, then they'll come out. I'm looking at Law and Crime, and they've got a long shot of the court, and they've got, it looks like it's an end of a stream, but it's still going, so it's kind of puzzling. So I'm going to look and see about commentary from somebody else. See if KSL has anything. Nope. Let's see, we've got Meetin' the Eatons. And they're doing the same feed as East Idaho News, is what I expected. So, just looking around a little more. Let's take a look at the where's my tab? Let's look at the sentencing again, or the verdict, and we'll zoom in on Chad's face. I think I saw. I saw a 6-minute video from somebody. Let me do a filter here. Last hour. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Going to speed this up. I'm going to really speed it up until Judge Boyce starts talking.
State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell.
Here we go.
This is the special sentencing proceeding that has been conducted the last couple of days. The jury's been deliberating. The court is advised that the jury has reached a verdict on the special sentencing proceeding and the special verdict form. I'll note the state's present with the 4 prosecutors who have tried the case, Mr. Pryor and his client, Mr. Daybell, present as well. I'll also note there's a courtroom conduct order in effect. I'd appreciate everyone complying with that, as you all have throughout this trial. I will note on the record, before we get to the verdict, that we did have a jury question yesterday that the court answered, and I've provided the question and copies of the answer to counsel. In addition, a second question.
Just a observation, Karen. I don't know if you're familiar with the Arthur Gary Bishop case back in the I think it was around 1981. I think he kidnapped and murdered, I think it was 5 boys. He lived actually in our stake. And Danny Davis's grandfather lived in our stake. And Arthur Gary Bishop had been excommunicated because of deeds that he had done. And Danny Davis took his grandson to the Smith store on the corner of 33rd South and State Street. And he was shopping, and I think Danny Davis was over looking at the toys, and somebody came up to him, and Danny Davis went out with him and was never seen again. And it took some time, but eventually they identified Arthur Gary Bishop as being involved in a series of other murders. Let me look up on Wikipedia. Now, I see Chad Daybell going the Arthur Gary Bishop route. So let me give you a little summary on him really quick. Okay. Let's see. He born 1952, died 1988. Convicted SO and serial killer. 1983, as a result of routine police investigation, he confessed to the murders of 5 young boys between 1979 and 1983. Arthur Gary Bishop was born in Hinckley, Utah, the eldest of 6 brothers. Bishop was raised as a devout Latter-day Saint and was an Eagle Scout and an honor student. When he was 19, Bishop served as a missionary in the Philippines. Bishop was arrested for embezzlement in 1978 and given a 5-year suspended sentence, but he skipped his parole and fled to Salt Lake City, living under the alias Roger Downs. In 1979, he was excommunicated from the church. While he was in Salt Lake City, he enjoyed the Big Brothers program, where he was a big brother to a 10-year-old boy for nearly a year. Bishop was forced out of the program before his first murder, after directors discovered he was molesting other children. His victims were Alonzo Daniels, age 4, 1979, Claude Kimley Peterson, 1980, Danny Davis, 1981, he was 4. Oh, Claude Kimley was 11, so he's kind of... Oh, and Troy Ward, age 6, and Graham Cunningham, age 13, and Troy Ward and Graham Cunningham were both in 1983. Bishop killed his first victim, a 4-year-old named Alonzo Daniels, October 14, 1979. He lured a boy from the courtyard of his apartment complex to his own apartment with the promise of free candy. In attempting to assault Daniels, he took him to the bathroom, hit him on the head with a hammer, and drowned him in the bathtub. He did things to the body and mutilated parts of his body. Put Daniels in a box and carried him out past the boy's mother, who was frantically calling her son's name. Then he buried the body near Cedar Valley, or in Cedar Valley. And I think it's, let me take a look. Oh, that's in Iron County. So he didn't bury the others there. So he took the first one really far away. So Bishop relived the experience in the following months by buying and killing puppies, stating, "It was so stimulating. A puppy whines just like Alonzo did. I would get frustrated at the whining and I would hit them with hammers or drown them or strangle them." He actually said this. Wow. Bishop did inappropriate things with a young boy, John, in exchange for money and expensive toys. On November 8th, 1980, John wanted to introduce Bishop to 11-year-old Kim Peterson at a roller skating rink. Bishop told John he wanted photographs of Peterson, and John agreed to contact Peterson on the pretext of buying a pair of roller skates that Peterson was trying to sell. When Bishop and John called Peterson, Bishop took the phone and asked Peterson to meet Bishop and John at a pool parlor. Aren't these kids a little young for a pool parlor? Bishop asked Peterson if Peterson wanted to go out to Cedar Valley and hunt rabbits. Peterson said yes, and after convincing him to take photos in the car, he got out and started walking. Bishop walking behind Peterson, shot Peterson in the back with a .38 caliber revolver. Peterson began crying, and Bishop shot him twice more in the head. Bishop did things to the body, mutilated him in a fit of rage, and buried him close to the body of Alonzo Daniels. Law enforcement authorities routinely questioned Bishop, but he was never considered a suspect in Peterson's disappearance. Witnesses described the man Peterson had talked with at the roller rink as white, aged 25 to 35, around 200 pounds, with dark hair. On October 20th, 1981, Bishop lured 4-year-old Danny Davis from a supermarket to his home. Oh,
JJ Vallow and Tammy Daybell. As a Fremont prosecutor on this case, this has been a hard-fought battle for both the prosecution team and for the law enforcement agencies that worked tirelessly on this case and never gave up hope. This has been a tough case because of its complexity, both in telling the story of an investigation that spanned years and trying to figure out the best way to present it in a way that would make sense to others. As a prosecutor, I try a lot of criminal cases, but for me, as a new mom, the details of this one just hit differently, and I can't imagine the family's pain. I cannot express enough both my and Fremont County's deep appreciation, gratitude, and admiration for all those who have played a role in seeking and ultimately obtaining justice for the victims in this case. This case has been about speaking for and seeking justice for the lives of 3 wonderful humans whose lives were cut way too short by the selfish desires of the defendant and his co-defendant, Lori Vallow. We are pleased with the outcome and that justice has been served for the victims in this case. This has been a collective effort between multiple agencies working in collaboration to see this case through for the victims and their families. There are so many people who have been involved and helped behind the scenes, and every last one of them has been instrumental in obtaining justice. When I came into office in 2021, after discussing the case with others in Fremont County and collaborating with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, a decision was made to bring the case back to Fremont County because we felt strongly the case of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell should be combined and tried together. You heard from some of the victims' families how these three have been intertwined forever. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office was instrumental in the decision and support of the prosecutor's office in making that difficult decision. I cannot express enough Fremont County's gratitude to Rob Wood and the Madison County Prosecutor's Office. They started this case looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. Then when the children's remains were discovered, Rob Wood stepped in without hesitation when my predecessor requested he take the case as a special prosecutor, and then ultimately agreed to combine resources to pursue justice for the victims in this case. A special thanks to Fremont County Deputy Prosecutors Rocky Wixom and Tanya Rawlings for their dedication and efforts in both this case and the case against Lori Vallow. The Attorney General's office, in first taking on the prosecution of the murder of Tammy, and then by their agreement to allow us to have Deputy Attorney General Ingrid Beatty join the prosecution team. The FBI for stepping in without hesitation when the children were missing, with their extensive experience and their resources, and continuing to see this case through to the end. The Rexburg Police Department for starting the investigation into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee, and then never giving up the search. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office for their tenaciousness in pursuing the investigation into the death of Tammy Daybell. Arizona law enforcement for sharing everything they had uncovered and their willingness to come to testify in the cases here in Idaho. This became a joint investigation, a joint effort to find the children, and then ultimately to seek justice on their behalf. I've been absolutely amazed and astounded at the level of investigation, professionalism of the officers involved, and the camaraderie that has been formed. I tell them all the time, they make my job a lot easier. We extend our support to Arizona in their continued pursuit of justice for the additional victims, Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreau. We also extend our immense gratitude to the jurors in this case who didn't sign up for this difficult process, but agreed to perform their civic duty. And in rendering this verdict, we hope of Chad Daybell know that the community as a whole does not tolerate the loss of three precious and irreplaceable human beings. We are hopeful that those who have been involved and affected by this case and the actions of the defendant and his co-conspirators can now begin to heal.
Four and a half years ago, Detective Ray Hermosillo walked into our office needing a warrant for what started as a simple search for a Jeep to help an investigation in Chandler, Arizona. This soon turned into a search for two young children, Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. That investigation merged with the death of Tammy Daybell. Very quickly, multiple law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices began working together diligently to find those missing children and determine what happened. Realizing the children's last residence was in Madison County, we began a child protection action to bring the children to safety. When it was clear that Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell had no interest in helping us locate Tylee and JJ, we took further action in filing charges against Lori and extradited her from Hawaii. The search for Tylee and JJ was nonstop. Every stone was unturned through the diligent team efforts of the Rexburg Police Department, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho Attorney General investigators, the FBI, Chandler and Gilbert Police Departments. The willingness of so many different law enforcement agencies to work together and pool resources to obtain justice for these victims is unprecedented. All of these agencies work together with the single goal of justice in mind, and we cannot thank them enough. From the Madison County Prosecutor's Office, we are so grateful for the working relationship and partnership we've had with Lindsay Blake and everyone at the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office in obtaining justice, both in this trial and the trial against Lori Vallow. That includes not only Lindsay, her deputies Tanya Rawling, Rocky Wixom, and all their help staff. I'd also like to thank Ingrid Beatty for being here with us and the Attorney General for allowing her to work with us. And I want to say that Lindsay Blake's dedication to each of the victims in this case has been unwavering. Her willingness to take on this case when she took office, when she didn't have to, was absolutely courageous. It has been an honor to work with her. And I'd also like to thank members of the Madison County Prosecutor's Office who've helped on this case, prosecutors Spencer Rammel, Mackenzie Cole, and Rachel Smith, who've helped on this case. Today, justice was served for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, 3 innocent victims whose lives were tragically cut short by the selfish and cruel actions of Chad and Lori Daybell, who embarked on a path of destruction that irrevocably altered the lives of countless families and countless individuals. While nothing can undo the immense harm caused, we have worked tirelessly to secure a measure of justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. This week, a diligent and attentive Ada County jury carefully considered the evidence and presented and returned a verdict of guilty on all counts. Last year, an Ada County jury did that for Lori Vallow Daybell as well. Pursuing justice in this case required the unwavering dedication of a large team of public servants who have devoted the last 4.5 years to ensuring we had the evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, we extend our deepest gratitude to all the committed law enforcement professionals from these agencies who have made tremendous personal sacrifices in the face of an emotionally and physically challenging case. We are indebted to them for their service. We also want to applaud the incredible strength and resilience of the victims and family members who, despite unimaginable grief, have stood with us these past 4.5 years in our pursuit of the truth. Their support has been invaluable. To all those who held Tylee, JJ, and Tammy in their hearts, we hope these verdicts bring a measure of healing and closure. And may the memory of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy continue to be a blessing to all who knew and loved them. Thank you. Go ahead.
I think every attorney handles it a little bit different, and probably every investigator. I think a lot of times there's things that go on behind the scenes that nobody ever gets to see. Everyone compartmentalizes it different or comes up with some form of therapy or stress relief to deal with it. But I think I can speak for everyone that obviously there is an impact. You get to know the victims. You learn so much about their history and their lives that it's like you knew them in life sometimes. And when you hear their families and friends talk about them and they really bring them to life for you, absolutely there's an impact. But I also think that impact then just spurs you on to fight even harder to make sure that we secure justice.
I believe the fact that those jurors unanimously found every aggravating factor speaks for itself in terms of its appropriateness. And I'll leave that at that. I don't think we're going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that today. We'll say something. Yeah, you say something else.
So I think Rob and I will both answer this one. Working with the victims' families, it can always be a bit of a challenge. because you want to ensure that you're getting them information that they're entitled to and that you're taking into account their concerns, what they want to see happen with the case, and that their rights as victims are being upheld. In this particular case, I think the victims' families have been fantastic to work with. We've tried to make ourselves available, meet with them whenever they have questions, and keep them as informed as possible. I think you heard at times, sometimes unfortunately, they learned of things before we were able to reach out to them, and that can always be a challenge as well. But working with them, getting to know them, hearing the stories about their loved ones, hearing the good memories, hearing them bring the victim to life has been an incredible experience. I think we've enjoyed a good working relationship with all the victims in this case.
I second everything Lindsay just said, and I would also just say that these cases are hard. They're really hard to do, and the victims are just such a motivating factor. I think for everybody involved, for law enforcement, for the prosecution office, their dedication to their loved ones is so important, and we just really appreciate their patience with us, their willingness to work with us. They have been truly, to me, I think to Lindsay, to everybody, very inspirational. Ask that in a couple of years and we'll see.
I mean, it feels great. We worked as a team tirelessly for 4 years. Not just myself; it was a collaborative effort. I have a great team. We worked with several different agencies, so it's a team effort. But I think we're all feeling the exact same thing, which is just relief. We're glad it's done. We got justice for JJ, Tammy, and Tylee, so that's what counts. I would say hundreds. Yeah, hundreds of people, hundreds of hours. So it's a relief. Thank you.
We technically had 7 law enforcement agencies, not including the prosecutor, over 3 different states and maybe even more, but 7 law enforcement agencies. All right, anybody else? All right, thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you all for everything.
Let's do cover. Yeah, good idea.
Was rather hearing that, hoping that we'd hear more from Ray Hamasio. You know there's going to be a follow-up Dateline episode. No, rely heavily on Nate for that. So they've kind of got a scrum of media around them asking questions individually now that the press conference is over, but I'm sure we'll have Kay and Larry coming out, and Larry will address things. Matt says, "Good work, all. Let's hit Hooters." Don't think I'll hit Hooters, but I'm gonna hit the grocery store and get a few things, and I've got a ribeye steak in the fridge. So no chicken wings for me. It's gonna be ribeye.
It's a weird feeling. You never wish harm on anybody, regardless of what they've done to you. But at the end of the day,
is this Colby?
It's good that he can't hurt anybody else, and that's what matters. So that's really my feelings on that. I can't say I was surprised. It felt like something that made sense, but I can't say that I feel good about it. But it does feel good to know that it feels like things are concluded, if that makes sense.
Nope, there's Larry. Kay is hiding behind him.
It was hard. I didn't expect to have the reaction I did. I tried to just read through it. But when you're there and you're sitting there and he's right there, it just brought everything out that I've been feeling. It was really hard to say what I needed to, but a part of me feels a lot more healed, and spending time with everybody here, it feels like a healing I couldn't have imagined. Does that make any sense? But yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think the number one thing is focus on healing. I think this concludes this chapter of this part. We have to live with the fact that we're not going to have the people we love in our lives anymore. But I want to honor them by how I live, and at some point, I want to tell their stories and tell you guys who my family was, and honor them the best that I possibly can. I feel like through this whole process, it's hard because you're so up and down emotionally. I feel like I wanted to make them proud, and I feel like that I've made them smile a couple times. I would hope so. Thank you. It is good news. This is the best justice we can possibly get, and again, it doesn't change the outcome, but it is good news, and it brings closure for everybody that's been hurt. So that's the good news. Yeah, thank you guys.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's me, Aunt Vicki. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful coverage. My fear in all of this, to begin with, was that Tammy would be a little bit forgotten because, as we all know, finding two children brutally murdered in somebody's yard that you know and love is devastating. But finding out that Tammy was a victim as well. And I just, with all due respect to the kids, I couldn't imagine her being a little bit lost in the mix. So it was important for me as her aunt to be here. Her mom passed last year, and those were the last years of her life, knowing that her daughter had been murdered. So today is a sweet justice for us, for myself and my immediate family. There's just, I don't, it's hard to express. I was just talking to Larry, and we were talking about there's a little bit of sadness in us now because we've built a family together here, supporting our families. We love each other like family. Our relationship will never end. but we got justice for our loved ones, and that was always what this was about, getting justice for them. This wasn't about us. It wasn't about anything other than getting justice for those that we love. And the prosecution, the detectives, I can't say enough about them. I feel like they got a gift from those detectives. They worked so hard. They didn't count their hours. They were incredibly important to the effort that went on here. And I think that they gave it up to capable hands who were able at the end to present it to the people of the jury and have it all make sense, because it was a crazy, convoluted case, and with a lot of just crazy uh, religious creations and different things. But we're going to be forever grateful to these people. They're amazing. Even the people that came out to court every day and would stand at 6 o'clock in the morning to try and get in and support our families and just be here. We're thankful to them. We felt their prayers. All of you who have been here from the beginning and just praying for our families, we feel that. So thank you to everybody. Thank you for Judge Boyce. That guy is amazing. We need people like him on the Supreme Court.
In 3 seconds,
What?
this couple will share a perfect moment.
Is that? Oh, wow. But we gotta sell our houses.
Well, almost perfect. Don't worry, just sell directly to Open Door. Close in a matter of days. When life stores open, we'll handle the house.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jason Gwilliam. I am Tammy Daybell's brother-in-law. Samantha is my wife. Samantha is Tammy's sister. And we just wanted to thank everybody that was involved in this. We want to thank the law enforcement that did an absolute phenomenal job with what they did. Want to thank the special prosecution teams, the people that we have met. The hardest part I think about all of this is our family has lost a brother. But in the process of it, we've almost gained an entire family, and that can't be replaced. We've gained Tylee and JJ's family. We've just met a lot of wonderful people through this entire process. It's been a difficult one, but we appreciate your respect. We appreciate your help in getting this covered and getting this out there to the world. It's been a challenging trial, and there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this, and we really appreciate everybody's help. We do have a prepared statement that I want to go ahead and read at this time. This comes from the family. Go ahead and get to this. It just says that we want to thank everyone who put in the countless hours of work to get where we are today, the law enforcement, prosecution, the media, and all of you who watched, listened to the trial, and prayed for us. We are grateful for the relationships we have created through this horrible time, the support and love that we're able to give each other. And we also want to thank Aunt Vicky, who was here sitting in court almost every day when those of us weren't able to get here. That took a lot of strength from her to do that. We can all start to heal from this terrible loss we've suffered. We'll miss Tammy every single day of our lives, though we do have some comfort knowing that we will see her again someday. If you've been touched at all by Tammy and would like to support the foundation, we do have a foundation for her. It's the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. It's been designed to put books in the hands of children and to increase literacy. So please consider donating to the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. And we thank you guys for everything that you have done and all the support that you have given us as we try to pick up the pieces and move forward. So thank you very much.
I did want to personally just take a moment and thank everybody that was involved. First off, the prosecution team, who from the very beginning has just been incredible to work with and supporting our family. I also wanted to take time to say thank you to Judge Boyce for not just this trial, but for both trials, for everything that he did. And in his service. Uh, as a victim, we were given a chance to write our statements, and as we did so, we were limited by specific statutes, understandably so. But it makes it very difficult as a victim sometimes then for us to actually say the things that we wanted to say. I wanted to take a moment. There was some things that, as I was going back and forth with a part of our team, our wonderful victim impact coordinator, Paula, she helped me refine the statement, but ultimately I had to take this out because of, obviously, like I was saying, the statutes, but I wanted to take a moment and read this. It was a statement that was directed directly to the jury itself. To you, the jury, I wish I could easily say that everything I think or desire to say about Chad, or specifically the impact of his actions and to us impacted in the aftermath, was easy and clean. It's not. I'm not here to pontificate on who he was or may not be. I certainly have those opinions, and I'm entitled to them. But they have no bearing here in this setting with a decision that lays here before you. If I was still the man of God that I was even a few years ago, I'd easily know the words to offer you all in making what you feel is the appropriate decision. Instead, standing here, I'd say to all of you, may you find it in the universe, the earth, or whichever gods or goddesses you may offer prayers, meditations, or if you're agnostic or atheist, you find it in yourselves. To be true to yourselves and do what is right or just. I offer my sincere gratitude to you as a family member of a victim. Thank you for your time and your selfless sacrifice. I hope you all know how much it means to someone in our position. I always thought I understood and appreciated our legal system and the specific role the jury of our peers played until being put into this unique position. Truly, thank you. I hope that you all are able to get the necessary support and therapy that you may need to process what you've seen or heard. Living it for myself and for all of us who are victims, it has been burden enough. Please do not carry that burden for us on your heart. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody hear me? We got terrible noise behind us. I wish they'd have turned the fountain off. Everybody has spoken so eloquently.
Can y'all hear him?
As we were leaving the courthouse, the courtroom, Kay asked me, she said, "It's over." And I got sad. Justice has been carried out for everybody involved in this. What made me sad was are all of y'all. You're our family. We have gone through a tragedy from the judge who's had to endure this every day to our friends in law enforcement. We're now brothers. I have so much respect for y'all. For this courthouse, we saw justice, equal, honest, and righteous. I look at the faces, and I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to miss you. Not because I want to be in front of this camera. I did not choose this. It chose us. I'm going to miss y'all. There's a few people. Lauren, Dr. John, how would we have made it without you? Janine, Clint, how they have carried us through this. They have been our eyes, our ears, and our hearts here. Rexburg is a beautiful town. Boise is a beautiful town. Idaho is a magnificent state. They don't deserve this blemish. Kay and I have often spoke. How would it have been different if we were in New York, if we were in California? How would it have been different? Every day, I want to get up. I want to be here for justice, but for y'all. Y'all have all given a lot. The media has been amazing, and I want to personally thank you. My wife, my beautiful wife, my rock, we thank you. I hate to say goodbye. I truly mean that. It's not goodbye. It's until we meet again. So, as I said a long time ago, turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Let's just call it a night. Thank y'all.
I'm going to say a few things.
Go ahead. Now y'all get a real speech.
No, just this will be short and sweet, I promise. I want to thank everyone here, everybody that's watching, all the support, the emails, the texts, the messages, all the things we get, social media. Everybody's support is how we have gotten through this. And, we're not through yet. So we're very grateful for all of you. And we really wouldn't have made it through this without y'all. And I want to thank y'all. And there was one, oh, I know what? I'll see y'all in Arizona. That's where we'll be next. Y'all have a good day.
I'm not sure what happened. It still shows that I'm sharing, but it's not showing here. That's really weird. Let me try refreshing the source feed here. That's weird. No, it's a photo I found on
awesome parents who,
Google.
you know, help them out and let them go live the way
Oops.
they want to live, experience life.
Let's see, did the stream end? I thought we'd hear from a few more people, but it just cut out suddenly. Yeah, it just ended. Okay. No, my kitty is full grown. Let me see if I can find a photo of her. Just a sec. Oh, okay. That's me. I had another tab up or another browser, and because sometimes I have trouble with talking on my browser because it's lagging, and so I end up I end up with wanting to comment quickly on when the main browser is working. So no, that's me. That's just somehow when I went to first set up my account, I had it under my real name, and then I switched it to Glorindellen because I decided I didn't want some people harassing me from comments. And so then when I started covering true crime, then I decided I needed to change something that indicated what I was doing. And so when I went to change the name, then for somehow the account divided into two. And so there was the original me and the second me. And so one doesn't have any subscribers and is the pre this incarnation, and so just an odd situation here. So and I need to get rid of it because I can't accept memberships on when they're giving them away on YouTube on this account because the other account exists, and so I need to figure out how to get the two separated. So let me see. I was looking for my Facebook profile so that I can get the picture on picture of my kitty. So just loading that up. So let's see photos. Because when I was moving from my apartment back to my house, well, I should say the front yard of my house, because the house was still under construction after the house fire. And so I had I had to pack things up and put things into storage for a few months until the house was ready to be lived in. Let's see. I having fire is a pain in the neck, but it didn't actually do anything more than smoke damage to areas outside the kitchen, and so I actually did very well off of the fire. I got a lot of money from cleaning up the possessions and replacing, and I cleaned things up myself a lot and saved a lot of money and was able to improve the house instead. So I got a much more functional house. Okay, where is the kitty? Let's see, it's going to be before. Here we go. So here we go. This is my kitty helping me pack at the apartment. So, hmm. This is really weird. Is it showing what I'm seeing on the screen right now is me and no photo, but it's showing that I'm showing Facebook. Let me take a look at the. Oh, that's really weird. Let me try refreshing StreamYard here because something weird is going on. Okay, here we go. I forgot to unmute. um, this is Eowyn. She's now I think 10 years old. She is gorgeous. Yes, she looks like her predecessor, who was looked just like her, but we had Caribou from birth. And I didn't know that Siamese kitties started out buff colored and that they got their coloring as they got bigger and spent time further away from their mother. They're thermochromatic. And so the parts from the core of the body start getting darker and the center of the body where most of the heat is stays lighter. So very interesting experience. I had Caribou for 18 years. I'm not, yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know that. And after a while, I was looking at Caribou and her paws were starting to get darker and her tail was looking a little darker and showing just a hint of color. And I went, Mom, I think we've got a Siamese. So I had to put Caribou down when she was 18. She was in pain. She couldn't get up on the bed. And then she started bleeding from her nose. And I went, oh, she's a lot worse than I thought. And so I put her down. I went, I'm never going to get another cat again. And I came home and I looked at the bed and there's no cat. And I just felt so empty, and I made it 24 hours and I was looking at photos or looking at ads on the classifieds for free kitties, and I found this one up in Ogden. And so I ran up and got her. Oh, let me see if I can find another picture of her. Just a sec. Let me look here, see if I can find it. When she was a kitten. She's so cute. So okay, now I've got the photo of her. We just need to share the screen. Here she is as a little kitten. I just barely got her. She wasn't very old. And this was at Christmas. So you lost your orange guy creamer a year ago, but I know I sent Cold. You sent Cold to me, and they're both from the Utah Animal Advocacy Foundation. I haven't heard of them, but I do believe in supporting the animal groups. So, let me go back to telling you about Arthur Gary Bishop, who was a Utah serial killer and lived in our neighborhood when I was in junior high. And he kidnapped Danny Davis, whose grandfather was in our stake, and he took Danny to the Smith store, and Arthur Gary Bishop grabbed him. And so when I got in high school, we had homecoming, and they would have little booths and so forth, and the school did a fundraiser to raise up money for a private investigator for Danny's grandfather to try to find out what happened to Danny. So let's see. Okay, here we go. October 20th, 1981, Bishop lured 4-year-old Danny Davis from a supermarket to his home a half block away. After playing with toys at Bishop's house, Davis became bored and started to cry. Concerned about the noise, Bishop put his hand over the boy's nose and mouth and suffocated him. Some other boys were coming over to Bishop's house, so he put the body in a couple of garbage bags and placed them in the corner of the kitchen. Oh boy. The next morning after breakfast, Bishop took the body to Cedar Valley. I thought he was dumping him near Eagle Mountain. Davis was the only child Bishop did not do inappropriate things to. That's nice to know, at least. Several shoppers recalled a smiling man standing near the child, but could only give a vague description of his appearance. Police launched one of the biggest searches in Salt Lake County history. Teams of searchers scoured neighborhoods, divers dredged ponds, lakes. Shoppers at the supermarket where Davis vanished agreed to undergo hypnosis to dislodge greater detail of the abductor. Flyers were printed, offering a $20,000 reward, and the FBI were contacted but unable to find any trace of the boy. After murdering Danny Davis, Bishop vowed he would never do it again. However, almost 2 years later, on June 22nd, 1983, Bishop abducted 6-year-old Troy Ward while he was waiting on the corner near his home for his mother to return from the store with ice cream and cake. It was his 6th birthday. Oh, that's sad. Bishop, now using the alias Roger Down, took Ward to his bungalow and asked if he wanted to play a game. Ward said yes, and Bishop handcuffed him, tied him between two pillars in his basement, and started to do things to him. When Ward began to cry, Bishop hit him with a rubber mallet until he was silent. Bishop put Ward's body in a trash bag and tossed it into a stream in Big Cottonwood Canyon. I remember that. Thinking it would be easier than burying another body in the desert. A month later, on July 14th, 13-year-old Graham Cunningham was set to go on a trip to California when with a friend and his father, John and Roger Downs, Arthur Gary Bishop. Okay. After Bishop picked up Cunningham, he tricked him into going back to his home and to pick up some marijuana to sell for cash. Bishop asked if Cunningham would pose for some photos, to which he agreed in exchange for a skateboard. Bishop was afraid Cunningham would tell, so he hit him in the head twice with a hammer, took Cunningham to the bathroom, filled the tub, and drowned him. He disposed of his body the same way he did with Ward's. 2 days later, John and Bishop went to California. So he went to California with Cunningham's father. That seems weird. You'd think he'd be concerned about where his son was. Local police looked into their past reports and found that Bishop Roger Downs lived in the vicinity of 4 of the abductions and knew the fifth child's parents. Police brought him in for questioning under the pretext of assisting officers with their inquiry into Graham Cunningham's disappearance. Feeling pressure of the interrogation, Bishop told detectives he wanted to show them something at his house. When they arrived, they found more than 300 photos of young boys, some placed in a white wedding album, and 125 pictures of naked boys cut out from magazines. Police were able to identify and interview 21 boys he had photographed and assaulted, but Bishop said that their estimate was low and to double or triple the amount. Back at the station, police managed to obtain Downs' real name and eventually got him to confess to all 5 murders. The confession lasted less than an hour, after which Bishop was led to the police to Cedar Valley. Bishop was brought to trial February 27, 1984. During his trial, Bishop claimed that the addiction to child pee molded his violent fantasies and drove him to act them out. Trial lasted 3 weeks. On March 19th, Bishop was found guilty on 5 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of aggravated kidnapping, and 1 count of abusing a minor, and sentenced to death. Upon receiving the sentence, Bishop apologized to his victims' families and requested to be executed by lethal injection. I didn't know they did lethal injection in 1984. I think that might be inaccurate. After his conviction, he wrote a letter which he explained his motivations for the crime. Says, I'm a homosexual P, convicted of murder, and pornography was a determining factor in my downfall. Somehow I became attracted to young boys and I would fantasize about them. Certain bookstores offered material. I purchased such books and used them to enhance his fantasies. finding and procuring arousing materials became an obsession. For him, seeing it was like lighting a stick of dynamite. All the boys became objects. His conscience was desensitized, and his appetite entirely controlled his actions. Bishop was executed by lethal injection at the Utah State Prison in Point of the Mountain in January 10th, 1988. He declined a last meal. Before his execution, he again expressed his remorse for his crimes. I want to offer my most profound and heartfelt apologies to my victims' families. I am truly sorry. I have tried my best to empathize with their grief and devastation, and I hope that they come to know my concerns and prayers for them. So, let's see. Yeah, I was in high school too, Karen. I think that she's Himalayan. But they all to me they're all Siamese if they've got dark tails, dark ears, dark limbs. So or she might be a rag doll, which is kind of a corruption of other. So she kind of handles like a rag doll. She allows me to hold her. So Arthur Gary Bishop said that the only thing that he could do to make things right for the victims' families was to not to accept the verdict and the death penalty. So there was the mandatory death penalty appeal, and after that, no more. And if you've heard about Mormon history, they sometimes you hear the doctrine of blood atonement, where some things are so egregious that the only way that you can atone for your mistake is to, you know, give up your life. And so that was his motivation. In the only thing he could do for the families was to die so that they could heal, and so he accepted the death penalty. Now Chad is not so noble, but I think that he will probably follow the same route because Chad wants to be a martyr now. Chad wants to be like Jesus Christ and be crucified and so forth. But anyway, let's see. The yeah, Chad, he aspires to be he aspires to be like um Peter and Paul and the old apostles in the old in the Bible being martyred, and Joseph Smith being killed by a mob while in jail. So I think that Chad wants to be like that. He's going, I don't want to sit around for the next 30 years in jail and become a broken down old man and get picked on by everybody. I'm gonna take the way out, and it'll show that I am a wonderful guy, and it's very self-serving. So um yeah, that's it. Let me look and see if we've got any reaction. I was hoping to hear from Lauren outside the courthouse, but I don't see her. Meeting the Eatons is on. Let's take a look over there. Oh, it looks like East Idaho News is back up. Oh, nope, that's... Okay, no, they're doing a temple groundbreaking in Rexburg, Idaho. So that's not anything to do with the case. So let me check. Anybody else who is on? Just individual commentators talking, nobody outside the courthouse. Let me take another look at Twitter here. See if there's anything that somebody has said to the media. Oh, interesting. Last show, the last show, Karen Lee, who comes on sometimes, did commented on Twitter, says, "All rise," but Chad Daybell did not. Chad Daybell was sentenced to death for murdering Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. Is reality setting in? I was hoping to see him cuffed and taken away, but the live court feed cut off. Yeah, she feels exactly like I do on that point. So let's look at her clip here just a sec. Let me get it. Okay, wait, I need to minimize it. I need to share first, then go full screen. So, yeah, they say lethal injection, but it's not going to be lethal injection, in my opinion, because that's going to quickly go by the wayside, because one guy being executed discovered that dehydrating himself can halt the process. So, oh yes, I would have too, Jess. I would have loved to hear Boyce really read the riot act to him. Yes, I saw it. So yeah, okay, let me see. I need to go share the screen. Oh, yes. Yeah, okay, gotcha. It does say that, and it does appear, I didn't think that lethal injection was an option for like 5 more years, but obviously I was mistaken. I do remember now that it was an option that you could choose one or the other. You could have lethal injection, or you could have the firing squad. And then they did away with one guy, and there was such an outcry. Oh, they're so barbaric. They're doing the firing squad. And I watched the press conference where the reporters who were witnesses described what happened, and it was very quick. It was instantaneous. People didn't see any gore. They dressed the condemned in black, and so they didn't even see any blood because it was a dark red on a black background, and so there wasn't anything to really be seen. And as soon as he was executed, they closed the curtains, and the witnesses didn't see any gore or anything like that. It was instant, very clean, very efficient. And with Creech dehydrating himself, they tried to get a line and they couldn't. And after an hour, they had to stop. And And so I think that you'll find that because of the unavailability of the drugs, plus it's now widely reported that somebody figured out this way to get out of lethal injection, that everybody's going to follow suit. So I think that you'll find that firing squad will come back. Some places might do the electric chair more, but I think there's more capability of things going wrong in an electric chair, because I've heard about a few botched cases with that, and I know from listening to the reporters who witnessed the last firing squad execution in Utah that it's very fast, clean, and efficient, and it's over. Ready, aim, fire. He's gone. So couldn't be more efficient than that. Okay, I will share the screen here so that we can see Karen Lee's post on Twitter here. So let's blow this up. Okay, here we go. Let's see, it'll start over again, I think. Yeah, see, everybody's risen for the verdict here, but yeah. And got the deputy standing around in case he goes nuts and tries to do something. She's done a great job on isolating this. Okay, that's it. Great job, Karen. Yeah. Or let's see. Oh, not you. No, it is Karen Lee. I'm getting my Karens mixed up. So, I guess that pretty much is it. Maybe we'll do a follow-up later after we've had some time to see about jurors' reactions and get some more statements from various parties. But I think we're pretty much done for the day, and so thank you for joining me. I was supposed to have a little mini high school reunion with my bunch of friends that would eat lunch with every day. And my friend Jane came down sick. And my friend Wendy also was feeling under the weather. And so Jane, who was going to be hosting it, decided we'll just cancel because two of them are sick. She's the hostess. I'm conflicted. So we just are going to do it later. And that'll be nice to see old friends because it's her 40-year reunion. So, all right. Thanks a lot. It's been a long 2 months and 1 day. So, all right. Have a great day. Bye-bye.